Yes, a very good morning to everybody and a merry, merry, merry Christmas to everybody that is watching. And thank you for joining us here on Escape to Nature. And I am going to be your naturalist here at Okakuya Waterhole and at Juma Cam. My name is Cedric Dold. So yes, I am looking forward to this morning's Escape to Nature. You never know what's going to be happening around here. But yes, we are going to wait in anticipation. But the first things, I see that Ben got tortoise pan there on Juma this morning. What a wonderful way to start our Christmas day with that amazing male leopard old tortoise pan. So, yeah. But it is a beautiful day. I'm at Okakuya Pan at the moment here in Namibia. And as you can see, it is a wonderful day. No, hardly any clouds. Maybe clouds in the distance, but other than that, doesn't seem like it's going to be raining around this side of the world. But last night, definitely there was a lot of rain at Okakuyu, at the pan itself. I was watching and it looked like it was coming down quite heavily. But yes, I am going to just take a look. As you can see, there's not much activity at the moment at the pan. I think it's still a little bit early. I'm sure sooner or later we are going to start seeing those huge herds of a zebra and wildebeest and everything coming down to the pan for this morning. But as you can see, this is this is an interactive show. So if you've got any questions or comments or amazing suggestions for us this morning, please send them through. But on top of that, so let's see what the weather is like all over today. It'll be nice and sunny, 36 degrees Celsius today, or 93 degrees Fahrenheit. So that is quite a nice warm day and sunny. Just sunny and no cloud today. So I think we're going to get a lot of animal action coming through to the pan for the morning and for the afternoon. And definitely I'm looking forward to spending our Sunday just taking a look around here and see what we can find. But yes, that tortoise pan male leopard is absolutely looking wonderful there at Juma. Still quite a mighty boy. He's got a bit of a funny little kind of a cut along his nose there, like on top on his snout, which is strange. Don't know if I've noticed that before. But never know. Yolanda, good morning. Yes, thank you so much. And well, I'm hoping that you are going to enjoy your holiday and have a festive season. And yes, definitely, it's always nice just to escape to nature and just to take a look what's happening around these pans. And I know that Andrew and Amakala will be joining us as well on Escape to Nature. And I think Liam and Karicha, but apparently it is raining on that side for now. But you never know, we shall see. But yes, thank you everybody. Definitely thank you so much. And also, as I say, once again, a Merry Christmas to everybody that is watching. And I'm hoping everybody stays nice and safe and have a joyful day with family and friends. And it's definitely a special day today. Well, we've got a whole lot of birds that's coming down. Let's I'll take a look. I'm looking for those Namakwa sandgrasses. Yesterday I was lucky to find the Namakwa dove. I want to see if I can pick up on these. Oh, there it's going. Looks like the sandgrass that just went off there. To the side, yes, it is the Namakwa sandgrass. What a start! What a start! As you can see at the bottom, I know they're very quick. As you can see them, all the little sandgrasses in their flocks, in their numbers aside. And what's amazing that sometimes you'll get those black-backed jackals coming around this area and trying and catch these sandgrasses while they are busy drinking. But as you can see, they are so quick. They don't hang around for too long. And there's another one. Oh, a little bit of a late flyer there. Oh, there's more. That's more that's just come down. So yeah, it's nice to see them. We usually get the double-banded sandgrass in at the Juma, many times. Well, not many times, actually. They're not too common, but those are not uncommon. You do get them. You just got to know where to look and and they always pretty much stay at the same spot. But they're not like the Namakwa sandgrouse, where they're pretty much more in the flocks, these big flocks that you see. You'll find that the double-banded sandgrouse is more in pairs, and sometimes you'll get like a juvenile that'll be hanging around with them, but not like these Namakwa sandgrouses where there are so many of them. Alright, well that's a nice start. I'm very happy to. I was really looking for the last 2 days. I was looking for these sandgrasses to see if I could find them anywhere. Well, see if they could find me, more like it. Alright, I'm going to try and just zoom out a little bit. And it looks like the weather is nice all over the show today. Well, Eastern Cape is a little bit of a difference. You never know. The Cape is always, you can have 4 seasons in one day. And of course, you've got once again a little, as you can see, that little grebe that's swimming in the center of the pan, or little black neck grebes. A little pair that's always hanging around this side. Little dab chicks. Nature hugger, are these sandgrasses tree roaming birds? Treeless birds. Treeless birds. Nature hugger, they're mostly on the, that's why they call it a sand grouse, a sand. So most of the time they will spend their day on the sand. But if they need to, not saying that they can't sit in a tree, if they need to, they will go and perch themselves into a tree. But most of the time, it's the same as your franklins and spurfowls. Also pretty much ground roaming birds, and at night time, if they need to, if there's any kind of sort of threat or something, they will go and sit in a tree. So yes, but they are not treeless birds. I won't say treeless birds, but those are the sandgrouse. They do nest on the grounds as well. So where the sandgrouse will nest, they usually kind of take little thick shrubs, like a little thick shrub in it. At the base of those shrubs, they'll usually kind of kick open a little bit of a, how can I say, a bowl kind of effect, a dugout area. Not big, not deep, nothing deep at all. Just very kind of shallow. And then, of course, they will have their eggs and incubate the eggs pretty much at that nesting site on the ground. But yeah, so they're not, so they don't nest in the trees. They do not nest in dead trees or anything like that. It's all on the ground itself. Alright, and it looks like we've also got our little lapwing that's been hanging around here. I know that is just the one youngster that's been here at Okrokuyo Pan, one young blacksmith lapwing. Let's see if we can get into the section there. Okay. Am I going to come right? Yeah. As you can see, he's got the inflow of that pipe, and he's enjoying a few little insects and water arthropods that's hanging around there at the inflow. Looks like the water has been pumped into this pan from the borehole. You see some nice clean water going through there.
It's the end of another year here at Wilder. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holiday.
maybe the harvester termites around that area that we're feeding on. Well, there's not too much happening at Okuyo Pan at the moment, but we're just going to enjoy the noises and enjoy the bird noises for the time being, and just keep our eyes and ears open for maybe you never know something coming around here. Danny, no, it doesn't prevent predators from hunting these rocky areas and all that. I think more so, like, the predators can really maneuver around these rocks with grace. And the thing is, as well, with you understand the same as in anywhere, any reserve. Sometimes they have to maneuver around or into drainage lines, into dips, into gullies, just to try and hunt. So I don't think it's gonna hinder their hunting at all. With a rocky area like this, sometimes it might actually assist them more, especially with maybe younger giraffes or something maybe like younger gemsbok or kudu or something like that, because they can't really, with those hooves getting around these rocks, it's not going to be as graceful. And I think that's why maybe the predators will actually use it in their advantage. I know that we used to have a pride in the Sabi Sands called the Chilala Pride of Lions, and they used to specialize in giraffe. So what they used to do, they used to actually try and force a giraffe into the drainage lines to force him to kind of topple over, and once a giraffe topples over, then it's pretty much tickets. Or they'll force a giraffe into a rocky area, so that for that giraffe to really maneuver a rocky area with the lions chasing it, sometimes same thing, it might by some chance trip over a rock and of course collapse again. So yeah, sometimes they'll actually use it in their advantage. And just looking here at all those concrete and concrete rocks and that, it's I'm sure it looks quite unstable not underfoot but under hoof also. I think with the paws, pads, I think you definitely have more stability, more kind of not saying grip, but you can maneuver around these boulders much easier. Now, I wonder if it's why is it a little bit on the quiet side at Okuyo this morning. I think it's, as I say, a nice Egyptian geese. So there's that single one that comes every day. I think maybe I saw all the rain last night, so there must be like a little bit of water now in the I can say inlands. So little puddles all over the show because there was quite a bit of rain. Maybe now they don't really need to make their way all the way to the pan. You can actually have a little bit of a drink at certain puddles that's situated more inland. So that's why it always makes it quite difficult. I always find it in summertime. It becomes a little bit more kind of, I can say, challenging finding certain animals due to the fact of there's a lot of the availability of water is more there. Because of the rainy seasons. So of course all your wallows, pans, even on the roads, little dips, there's water, and eventually you'll find that animals like, well, we don't have to go to a pan, we don't have to go to a dam to go for a drink. It's just, we've got water that's right here. So I think that's exactly what's happened here now. Well, as you know, it's 12 days of Christmas, and it's the bingo has been going for 11 days, and today is the last day of bingo on our Sunset Safari. And Ben and Taylor did kind of got well, they did complete a line last night, but I'm not going to comment on that anymore. But but it is our last day of bingo, and we will be announcing the winner of these 12 days of Christmas bingo at the end of today. So, keep your ears open for that. And yes, it has been a lot of fun. Bingo is always a lot of fun, and I had loads of fun when I was at Djuma. Definitely had some great days on that bingo board. It was tough, but it was good. So I'm hoping that I'm sure this afternoon will be quite exciting. I think we just have to keep our eyes peeled on the two that's situated at Djuma at the moment. Of course, that is being Ben and Taylor. Just to see what sneaky plan they have got for this afternoon. So you see Kelly, huh? Kelly. Haley. Which animals will show up at the waterhole during December? Haley, most animals, all the animals, every animal that's around here at Okakuyu. All the antelopes, the zebra, the giraffe. I'm hoping for lions. I'm hoping for today, maybe later on, you never know, some tawny cats coming here, elephants, rhino. So. But all animals will come around to this pan, I'm sure, throughout the year. Even in December, I'm sure all of them will, pretty much the ones that have been coming from January to November will come in December as well. I don't think there's any animal that will just kind of, select to December to drink from this pan. And this is the rainy season now coming through. I think Okakuyu or Etosha itself, in Namibia, I think they get, I think the rainfall is around about between 300 and 400 mils per season. So 300 and 400 mils is not bad. It's almost the same as what we get there at Djuma. So we get about 400 mils, 500 mils. And if it is, it depends on the rainy seasons, and if there's a lot of rain, some animals will tend to not come directly to this pan, but they will still maybe be on the outskirts. But if they have to, they'll still come down. It's water is water. Water is life. Animal doesn't drink, well, it's definitely going to dehydrate. Natural selection. That won't be clever. Maybe the Grinch was around here at the pan this morning. Maybe it's chased all the animals away. It's taking me still not there. I think let's maybe go towards the Djuma Dam and see what's happening that side. I think that will be quite nice to see if anything is happening in that area. As I said, we're very quite young. Bob Champion, Merry Christmas to you too. Rosie, lovebirds. I know when I was in Namibia, I think it was a rosy cheek. Rosy cheek lovebirds. Yes, I've to think about that. I think rosy faced lovebirds. I think you do get them that side, yeah. You will definitely get them there. I got to see them. Where did I see them? I saw at Swartkoppmond. So we got to see the rosy-faced lovebirds in Swartkoppmond. And you only get them. You only get the rosy-faced lovebirds in that area. And I don't think there's any other areas that you do get. Oh, wait, funny enough, this, I don't know why. Maybe it was just me. Yeah, while I was in Rivonia, I think it was 2 days ago, while I was at the office here in Rivonia, I got to see the rosy-faced lovebirds here on one of the carport's netting. So apparently you do get them in Pretoria and in Johannesburg. So there has been sightings. Are they indigenous to this area? I'm not too sure. I am completely baffled about that. But I saw about 5 or 6 together on one of those nettings on the carports, and yeah, in Johannesburg. So. And I was telling one of the guys that's also working here at Wild Earth, and I was explaining to him, and I said, "Oh, I saw rosy-faced lovebirds, and I never knew that we actually get them aside." So I thought, okay, well, maybe they escaped from an aviary or something. But looking on my my thing now, just opened my app here, and yes, definitely pretty well established, particularly well established in Johannesburg and Pretoria area. And Cape St. Francis, Eastern Cape. So, yes, they are scattered around, but not many, but they are scattered around. But Namibia is pretty much where rosy-faced lovebirds are quite common. So, yes, Bob Champion. It's nice to just kind of, I clean forgot about that. And I actually saw them. And you got the black cheek, but the black cheek, I think I think black cheek, you get black cheeked right up on the northern side of Botswana. So, and then you got the Lillen's lovebird, and the Lillen's lovebird, it's pretty much right on the northern side of Zimbabwe, so nowhere close to South Africa. So, I guess our rosy-faced lovebirds, the only one that we really get around here, and a little bit scattered, as I say. Johannesburg, Pretoria, and Eastern Cape. Yeah, but if anybody's got any ideas or suggestions on where they are going for this holiday, let me know, because definitely it's always nice to go out for your whole holiday season and go have a good old festive time. And yes, I will be also heading out very shortly, the next couple of days. I'm going to go down back to the Western Cape. Yes, back to good old Western Cape. I love the Western Cape. It's very nice, especially this time of the year. Very nice, but not as much as I enjoy the bush. Not at all. If I could rather stay in the bush, I would stay there 24/7, 356 days of the year. But yeah, Western Cape is nice. And I think, yeah, well, the beaches, I think definitely a good old walk on the beach is always a good thing. Good old bit of a, how can I say, the tranquility and the serenity of it. Always perfect. The only thing in Western Cape, I know the only thing about that side is the weather. You know, you can have like 4 seasons in a day if you have to. Early morning, wake up and it's nice and sunny and hot and blazing down, and you think, okay, well, this is a perfect day to go to the beach, and then 5 minutes later, by the time you get to the beach, it's overcast, it's raining, it's hailing, it's snowing. You never know. That's Western Cape. Western Cape's weather is strange. Zoe, 10 years old, what is my sighting wish for today? Well, while I'm sitting here on Okukuyo Pan, or maybe, unfortunately, Djuma Dam Cam is also just a little bit, not too well with that one. But yeah, Okukuyo Pan at the moment, you never know. Maybe I'll sit here and I get old Marips coming past here at Okukuyo Pan. Imagine that. That would be my sighting of the day. That would be my Christmas sighting. Old little fluffy ears walking past this pan. Can imagine. Can imagine that. he would have done the cross country from the northeast to the northwest. No, that would be fun. Oh, no, more on the serious side of things. Well, I think my Christmas wish on this damn camp today would be, there's so many things, but I would love to see some lions. You can imagine seeing some lions just coming down to the pan, but it is getting so hot now, so the chances of any tawny cats coming down now to have a drink and lie in the shade of the ana tree is very slim. So unfortunately, I don't think that is going to happen, but that would be my Christmas wish. Or a nice herd of elephants with little ones. How's that? I think that would be fantastic. I've only seen male elephants coming through to the pan. I haven't seen herds. I haven't seen youngsters yet. It would be nice to see that. A little bit of interaction between one another. Hopefully maybe a little pool party at Okukuyo Pan. Yes, a good old Christmas pool party. That would be perfect. But yeah, let me know, what would you like to see? What would you like to see at Okukuyo Pan? What would for your Christmas surprise? Let me know, please. Even those jackals would be nice. Even a springbuck for now would be amazing. Because it's definitely animals have decided. Maybe the Christmas party was too huge last night and too rough. That's why I think a lot of them maybe are having a bit of a Sunday sleep in and sleeping off the late night. Because there's not a soul in sight. It looks like the pan has definitely been filled up. It looks like that pan, to me, it looks like a little bit. Well, then again, as well, with all the rain last night, so I think that also could be a huge reason why the pan is looking a little bit fuller. And that's why also the pan is looking a little bit quiet as well. A lot of water that's in the Inlands at the moment. Sandra, I'm sure it does. I mean, if you're going to have water coming through, I don't think, at the concrete areas, I don't think this side. Maybe more into the thicker areas. I'm sure there will be greenery that will come around. I'm not Okukuyu. I've never been there before. As I say, I'm just learning myself on this area. So maybe even Sihle can give me more of an idea. But yeah. Thank you, Sihle. So Sihle, this is going to be the greenest he's going to get throughout the year. Yeah, I'm sure around this side, but I wonder what's going into the tree lines. That's why I want to go there. I want to go one day to Etosha. I want to see what happens. I want to see if it's really, flourishes with a lot of greenery around that area. I definitely want to take maybe like a hot air balloon going across that area. It must be amazing. I think hot air balloons are nice. I like doing hot air balloons. Never been in one, but I've seen it. It looks so amazing. I would actually love to do a hot air balloon across the entire Kruger Park from the south to the north. Wow. But you're not allowed to, but it would be nice. It would be a dream of mine. It must not go quickly, it must go slowly, and it must take like 4 days to cross the entire park. That'd be awesome. Kind of swallows. Swallows, it looks like European swallows now and again that's coming past here. Very difficult to tell. Swallows are quite tough unless they kind of sit somewhere and you can actually really get to view them nicely. But flying like that and not having binoculars is a little bit tough. See exactly which swallows are swooping down to kind of drink water. Rain, yes, definitely quiet. Oh wait, hold on, we've got one springbuck. We've got a springbuck that's coming down. Maybe 3. Oh, we've got 3 springbucks coming down to drink. Is it springbuck? Yeah, it is springbuck. There it is. Yeah, we've got our first early morning rises. That's coming down with, definitely not with a haste, but we're slowly making the way down towards the pan. Good morning, Springbucks. Good morning and a Merry Christmas to the 5 of you. Yeah, Sihle, the Springbucks is our reindeers. That's it. But unfortunately, these Springbucks, they do not lose their antlers like the reindeers do. So they will keep their horns throughout their lives. And it's just so the male and the female, they do have horns. So as like impalas, you'll find the impalas, it's amazing that only the males got the horns, the females do not have horns at all. But the Springbucks, both male and female. But the male is larger in body size, so it's difficult to tell here now which one is male, which one is female. And sometimes they will have a harem, sometimes they'll have 1 or 2 males. They say it's for every 3 females, there's 1 male. That's the ratio of Springbucks. Focus on the Springbucks. Focus on the Springbucks. Now, of course, got to sing. It's Christmas. We have to sing. We have to be joyful. We're still waiting for these these springbucks to come down. And still coming very slowly towards the pan itself. But one thing I can say, what was fantastic this side now, is like last night, I went going to spend a little bit of time with a family that I haven't seen for many, many years. Well, it's like distant family, but I haven't seen them for many years, and what was fantastic. And at least I got to spend a good old Christmas Eve with them, which was fantastic. I really enjoyed it. So yes, that was one great thing of being around in Johannesburg, as I am not the most relaxed person when it comes to big cities. I do tend to have a little bit of a nervous streak about me when it comes to big cities, but it was fun. It was nice. As I said, at least I got to get to spend some nice quality time with family that I haven't seen for many years. So that was awesome. Awesome. And good dinner as well. Yes, indeed. Just like these springbucks, as you can see, they are now coming for a good old early morning drink. I think it's definitely making me in the mood to go have a cup of coffee soon. Well, Springbok males, sorry, Solomon, you're talking about is Springboks territorial. Well, the Springbok males are territorial, but they do not always remain on their territories throughout the year. So, of course, only certain times of the year, especially during breeding season, then, of course, they will have a little small set area for themselves and have a couple of females in that herd of theirs. So, yes, Solomon, they're not always territorial. I've seen quite a few females at the moment that's quite large. I'm looking like they might be dropping some lambs very soon, especially with the rainy seasons coming through, and of course a lot of food that's available to the females, of course, to produce milk. So that's very important for them now, slowly but surely, to start having their little lambs. And I think the one on the far right, it looks quite large as well. I'm trying to take a look. I mean, like you'll find, like with your impalas, when it comes to territory, impalas, they can become not really. Look, the males, sometimes you'll have the same things. You know, your solitary males will have a little area for themselves and try and keep that harem in that area, but it's not throughout the year. Pretty much exactly what happens with the Springboks. And as soon as those breeding seasons for like impalas now, March, April time, that's when those males will tend to kind of do more kind of having those little middens, impala middens, and try and keep the females in that area of his. And then, of course, you can copulate with as many females as you can, and one day they will also drop all their little lambs, usually end of November. But yeah, the Springboks, I think the Springboks gestation is also around about 168 days, so it's half a year, so way less than impala. And of course, getting the name from the Springbok, so many times you'll see how they actually like kind of prong themselves, so they kind of almost spring up in the air and actually bounce around just to kind of showcase themselves. And of course, having all of this beautiful hair, like almost like a philo erectus mane at the back, and they'll actually kind of fluff it up and then they'll pronk around and just to kind of really show themselves off. And that's how they get the name Springbok, and they can spring quite high, apparently up to about 2 meters just from a standing start. Oh, looks like the screen is frozen. Jasmine, I think the springboks are our national animal because I think it's on a coat of arms as well. And no, I think it's just one of the antelopes that it is very well known to South Africa. And yeah, sorry, my screen has just gone black. It's like a bit of a Christmas gift here to me. I just have a black screen. But yeah, Jasmine, so that is, of course, so yeah, but it's of course it's a love. I love it, and it's of course a rugby team as well, and so yeah, that's known as the Springboks. So I'm just going to quickly just take a look here. Early morning rise, yeah, looks like it wasn't too early for them. Seems like it's so they're making their way down now to the pan. A lot of blue wildebeest as they're heading into this area. And I always love seeing these herds of wildebeest. They call a herd of wildebeest. I think they call it a confusion of wildebeest. That's what I think that's a collective noun of wildebeest. But I don't use really collective nouns. I just use it's a herd. A herd is a herd to me. Herd of elephants, not a memory of elephants. A herd of elephants. So yes, I love this herd of wildebeest. A lot of the females, youngsters, will come through on these big herds. Your big males, that will be more territorial. Sometimes they will also be in these herds, but many times you'll find they'll stick to their area as long as they've got a water hole, a water area around their territories and nice grazing grounds. Many times you'll find that these females will tend to hang around a little bit longer in their area instead of for the male to really battle to keep them there. But you can see they're all just waiting. Something that looks like they're all getting to like a little sandy spot there now. Kate Levin, I just know it is the blue wildebeest there with in Kenya and Tanzania that does participate in the migration. Black wildebeest, no idea if they do. I don't think they do. I don't think they exist that side. Just the blue wildebeest. They're the only ones that migrate, and of course they will migrate with your plains zebra. That's up that side as well. But yes, and the whole idea of migration. We actually in the Greater Kruger Park, they actually say there is a mini migration that does happen. Usually, towards more the western side of the Greater Kruger Park. You'll find that the wildebeest tend to move there a little bit more kind of a late summer, and then early summer they say they tend to head back again more to the eastern side of the Greater Kruger National Park, and it's all due to the rain and the mountains. That's pretty much the Drakensberg Mountain that's on the western side, the Bombo Mountains that's on the eastern side. So it's all got to do with a lot of the mountain ranges as well, on how it actually accumulates certain weather patterns and rainfall during the year. So that they say there's a mini migration, and how much that is, how much we can see of that, it's difficult to tell, especially that we don't have these big open clearings. That's why you'll find around on Djuma side, around in northern Sabi Sands, you don't see too many wildebeest that side. But if you go a little bit further south or the central of the Sabi Sands, you'll find loads of big areas, big clearings, and you can actually see quite a few of those wildebeest in that vicinity. But you can see how they're all congregating together, very kind of tight. I don't know what they're doing. They're all kind of having a meeting there and discussing on what kind of coffee they're going to order down at the pan. And there's a lot of espresso happening there. So I wonder if we're going to get a couple of the Christmas calves, because usually in the Kruger Park we'll have, this time we always say Christmas calves, because the wildebeest usually drop the youngsters around Christmas time. So it would be nice just to see if there's any calves around at the Sabi Sands with, and even in Pridelands, because I know there in Madikwe, I know Lauren, she's got I think one or two wildebeest calves already that side. I think already like a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. I'm not too sure, but I mean, it was not any time recent. Honestly, I don't see anyone. I don't see any youngsters here. I see yearlings, like all calves that's from last year, December, but nothing too young. Oh, camera bouncing all over the shop. So we've got one that's on the far left-hand side. You can see still very straight horns. Still young, hasn't really curled yet to the side and up. It's just going straight up. So it's little maybe from last year December's calf. It's really quite interesting that those wildebeest don't want to come down to drink. They're sitting there and actually almost like having a little bit of a meeting. Excuse me, before anything. So I'm sure they'll all come down very soon. I think they might just be resting there on this little open, like this sandy spot. It's like a little sandy spot where they're standing now. nothing is irritating them. They're not blowing. They're not too concerned about anything. So they're just having a quick rest. And you can see beautiful skies today. Absolutely blue, blue, blue. Well, yep. Well, we are going to sit here at Okakuya-Pan. Let's head over down into the Eastern Cape to Amakhala. As Andrew and BK wants to say good morning to everybody.
Good morning everybody. Firstly, Merry Christmas to everybody. And welcome to another day out here in Amakhala Game Reserve. What a privilege it is to be out here on Christmas Day, isn't it? Wonderful time. Hello everyone, my name's Andrew and I'm going to be taking you on safari this morning, and I have my good friend Mr. BK behind the camera. There we go, there comes the hand. And we are ready to have a good day with you all. And I think just to start off with some general animals that we have seen. It's fairly quiet on the reserve this morning, I won't lie. I think animals are taking their Christmas day. And so we'll start off with some general animals. So we have some wildebeest and here we have some zebra. How nice is that? Sort of a typical Christmas day. I know overseas it's in some areas it does snow and you have the white Christmases. Out here in South Africa, usually this time of the year it is blazing hot. But today we have a little bit of cool weather and it's very Christmassy, so it's quite nice. Okay, I do apologize. There is some strong winds coming from our side over here, so I am going to put my hand over. In fact, let me just reach into my bag here. I've got another hat in there which I'm going to use to cover the mic so you can all hear me nicely. I'm sure that's going to be a bit better. These zebras are fast asleep here. And the black wildebeest. Very impressive animals. And quite a few of them are there at what we call Shelduck Pan. There is quite a few young calves, wildebeest calves that are running around. We've seen one or two young zebras as well. So this is a very nice coexisting breeding group of animals. Wow, look how many of these little calves there are. And they're all more or less the same age groupish. So let me look with my naked eye, because I'm looking with the monitor. Let me look with my naked eye. I would say some of them are, yeah, just under 3 weeks. And there's one in particular that is looking a lot younger than the rest of them. It's nice when they all run around. They form these little nursery groups. So all the youngs, they come together and they form this little group and they'll play with one another and they run around. It's very comical to watch. It's also an excellent way that they can really show off how healthy and strong they are by running around, just in case there are predators around. They can see these calves are very strong and very fit and healthy. The Cape Glossy starling wandering around in the background. they're starting to shift and run around, causing the zebras also to feel that they need to run around as well. Oh goodness, there's even a blesbuck here. Let me have a look at that one with the white face, a blesbuck. Oh, no, that's right. It does look very different to the rest of their body, doesn't it? And it does look like their tails have been dipped in a white paint or been bleached. Definitely does look like that. Little flags on their bottoms, that's what I always say. Very good way of them following one another. Look at these young calves, they are just so sweet, aren't they? So they're starting to look like wildebeest, but believe it or not, when they're born, and you come along and you have a look at a newborn wildebeest or a blesbuck, you might confuse it for another species of antelope. They look so different when they're born, but then shortly after birth they do start to resemble that of the adults and start to take form. And the reason why they look so different from birth is because they need to be a lot lighter than the adults, and they need to be compact, so when they lie against the ground, they're going to be very well camouflaged, because the law of nature is that predators are going to go for those calves. That's what they'll target. So if there were predators around here and they wanted to make a move, they would, on a normal day, target the calves. Even though it's a small meal, it's going to be an easier meal for them to catch. So to have good strategy to blend into the bush when sitting down and resting, and this is why they look a lot lighter than the adults. Tatum, I have seen that. Yeah, I have seen that. So they wouldn't play with the zebra foals like they would play with each other, but they do sometimes go up to them, I have seen, and a little bit of running around, but then, you know, it does stop because they are ultimately different species. And but sometimes, every now and then, you might find that they do play a little bit, but not too much. It's just amazing that across the board, when it comes to young animals, all they want to do is play. Think of any animal that comes to your mind right now. When they are young, they want to play, and I always find that amazing. Meerkats, when they're playing, the young pups, when they're playing, that's just adorable to watch. Young elephant calves, when they're playing, that is also spectacular to watch. And then the cats, so leopard, cheetah and lion, when cubs are playing, very fun to watch.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Join me, James Hendry, on an odyssey through the most adorable, fascinating, and heart-stopping moments that we have experienced here on Wild Earth.
And another one coming to join the show. Look at that, that is so cool. Lots of bonds being definitely forming a bond and re-establishing their bonds just by nibbling on each other, grooming. I love that about zebra. That's one of the amazing things that they do. Alright, so we are battling a little bit with the wind and we don't want to cause too much problems with the audio. So what we're going to do is we're just going to re-angle, get into a better position. In the meanwhile, let's head off to Ukukuyo Waterhole with Cedric.
Thank you, Andrew. I see it is nice and windy down there in the Eastern Cape, typical of the Cape, as usual, wind. But yes, I am back here at Okukuyo Pan, still in Etosha, Namibia, and we're still waiting for that congregation of wildebeest to come and have their drink. It looks like they're still contemplating on what they should do. It's nice to have the wildebeest and black wildebeest down there in the Eastern Cape. As you can see, quite a difference with the beautiful white tails of theirs. As he says, it looks like they've been bleached or been dipped in paint. But because the blue wildebeest, they've got the dark tails, almost like the black tail. But we'll try and go a little bit closer in there. Let's see if we can there. And I see they've got a whole lot of calves as well, which is fantastic. So that's nice to. So it's nice to see those little calves around that side, and I'm hoping that they are going to have the calves this side very soon. But you never know. And I'm trying to take a look if some of the females are pregnant here, and to see if they might be carrying. I'm sure they are, but it's a little bit far just to kind of make out exactly. Sorry, Sihle, my earpiece fell out there. William, do wildebeest herds have leaders to guide them? I think you're thinking of something like the Cape buffalo, where you'll have, of course, the pathfinders. You know, the older females and sometimes the males will pretty much lead the rest of the herd to the next grazing ground or watering hole. But the wildebeest, not so. I mean, I think, of course, it'll be the females. You won't get the young ones. You won't get the ones that's like a year or 2 years old that's going to lead these herds to the next pan, or when to move and when not to move. I'm sure it's also all the females that's in these herds that will kind of decide. But there won't be a specific 1, 2, or 3 of them. I think any individual that's pretty much in these herds and that's old enough will kind of start moving, and then the rest will follow. Just like sheep. One moves, the rest will move. So, yeah. They don't have really those pathfinders that will kind of decide on when to move and how to move. Oh, sorry, I'm just trying to get comfortable on the chair here. Sorry, Sinclair, you say if I fall off the chair, you'll laugh. I'm sure I'll laugh myself if I'm sitting on the ground, yeah. Won't be a good thing. But, these, I don't know what these wildebeest are up to. I think, as I said, they've moved maybe from a bit of a distance to get to the pan. I think now, it's still not hot enough. I think it's getting about 36 today. I think it's not warm enough yet for them to we need water right away. I think they're just still having a bit of a break. But you'll see sooner or later, I'm sure this herd will start moving through towards the dam area. Well, why am I saying dam again? I keep on saying dam. I'm also used to saying dam because it's Treehouse Dam, Twin Dams, Gowrie Dam, Buffelshoek Dam. It is the pan, Okukuyo Pan. That's a pan. I think a dam is like a larger water body. No, I don't think it is a larger water body. Right, I'm going to just quickly move away from the wildebeest, the wildebeest. I'm going to just move along at this. I don't want to miss something. Just now, all of a sudden, we're busy focusing on them, and I'm going to miss a black rhino coming down for a drink, which I'll be a little bit bleak about. Let's see. Well, it was a good start this morning. Definitely, we got those, as I said, those Namakwa sandgrouse. Wow. Nice to get them. I was looking for them for the last 2 days around the pan. I got the Namakwa dove yesterday at the pan, but not the Namakwa sandgrouse. That was quite nice to get. Nope, that looks like it's just the wildebeest that is hanging around the area there. Well, we're going to continue just searching around here just to see if any other life form decides to make its way down to Okuyu Pan. And while we do that, let's head back to Eastern Cape with Andrew in Amakhala as he has repositioned.
To reposition, we are parked right next to a nice bush here, using it as a not a fire breaker, a windbreaker. And I think it helps a lot. It's just amazing how if you just park your vehicle in a special place, usually it helps very much. Is that a fork-tailed drongo on top there? Yeah, boy. Cool little birds, fork-tailed drongos. The Afrikaans name, if I remember correctly, it's the Mikstert Beiervanger, which means a bee. It's also like a bee eater, but there are bee eaters in South Africa, but they do call it in Afrikaans a Beiervanger because the fork-tailed drongos have been known to eat bees, which is quite interesting. Look at this. Wildebeest, zebra, all playing tag. Birdie. Oh, the bird with the most unique diet. I like bathawks. None of them on Amakhala, unfortunately, but up north, bathawk, they specialize in hunting bats. And I can't remember which cuckoo it is. I think maybe BK will remember. Actually specializes in eating chameleons. Do you remember which cuckoo that was? The Levailant's cuckoo. Yes. Okay. Wow, you got a good memory, BK. Levailant's cuckoo been known to eat the chameleons, which is interesting. And then, of course, red-billed oxpeckers, yellow-billed oxpeckers eating ticks. Sacred ibis eating snails. Yeah, so there's quite a few there that eating quite unique things. And Birdie, yourself, what do you find interesting about a bird and their diet? You can tell me whenever you feel like it. Another one that comes to mind is actually a crowned eagle. They're predominantly feeding on vervet monkeys. I would suggest that probably about 40% of their diet is actually vervet monkeys and other primates like young baboons and small antelopes and newborn antelopes. I've seen also black-headed heron eating scorpions a lot of times and solifuge. Myself and BK saw a solifuge last night at Safari Lodge. They invited us for Christmas dinner and we went along there and we saw one of the biggest solifuges in the history of the universe. It was almost as big as a dog. No, we didn't stick around for too long. We just left it be and walked away, but it was humongous. Look at this. It's such a cool sighting with these zebra foals just playing, enjoying their morning. The sun is a little bit absent, so to run around like this is going to help raise the temperature, have fun. Wonderful. Reminds me of that film, The Racing Stripes. I've seen this young zebra before. Look at the face of this young zebra. That's so interesting. It's got more black than actually stripes on the face. See that? My. That's it. See, one of the directors saying, oh, it's one of the closest things we'll get to a Christmas miracle out here. Very, very, very unique. When you look at zebras, they're more or less uniform to our eyes, but there are so many differences with their stripe pattern. But now that young zebra that we saw is very unique in the stripe pattern in the face, more black. I've seen a zebra with spots before, and I believe there's a photograph taken in, I think it was a Masai Mara. I can't remember who took the photograph, but a very spotted zebra was seen out there. Morning, Darcy Miller, thank you very much. And Merry Christmas to you too. And BK says, Merry Christmas too. Hope you're going to have a good day, good celebrations, spend some time with family. And it's wonderful to have all of you just to be with us on the game drive today. Oh, that zebra looks very frisky, doesn't it? It's difficult to say if it's a male or female. So I'm just looking at the ends of their legs. So they have been in the mud. Shelduck Pan does have a little bit of mud in it, not so much water, so I think they went in there. But there's also Flacky's Flay, which is around the corner here, and they also have been seen there from time to time. So for them to get a drink of water, they're going to literally need to get their hooves dirty and actually walk into the mud. Look at that, eh? And they're looking extremely healthy. Their manes are all standing upright. Their fur is looking good. Myself and Morgan actually came here when we won bingo for the first time. My first time ever playing bingo. And what helped us to get the 5th animal on our list was this very group of black wildebeest. And they do hang around here quite a lot. And I've seen them here over the quite a last few months actually. Look at the beautiful environment. Look beyond the zebra and the wildebeest and the hills. So most of the time you'll notice whenever there's a game reserve or natural area with hills, usually the hills are covered in grass. So it's sort of open hills. But out here in the Eastern Cape, we are part of the Albany Thicket, or Albany biome. And a good example of the Albany Thicket is exactly on that hill that you're seeing over there. It's extremely dense in there. There's so much vegetation in there, and believe it or not, there will be some vegetation in there that is undiscovered and undocumented. Sorry about the wobbling. Our tripod is giving us a little bit of grief this morning. We will definitely sort it out. Right, so while you're watching these beautiful zebras, I just want to remind you about the fireside chat for Nkanyeni. Don't forget about that. So it's obviously very sad, and yeah, our hearts are all broken as well with Nkanyeni's passing. And she was a lovely leopardess. I never got to see her with my own eyes, but I know a lot of you did. And I'm sure you would like to celebrate her life and sort of the impact that she left on you. And so, if you would like to, you can just send your favorite memories of her to nkanyeni@wildearth.tv, and we'll be hosting a very special fireside chat on the 7th of January. So still a bit of time away. That's going to happen at 8 o'clock, so 8 p.m. on the Central African time slot, and we'll use that time to celebrate her beautiful life. Come on, I know you want to scratch your noses there. That's what I love about these dry stumps on the ground, that animals far and wide will use them to scratch up against them. And if you actually had to take a walk to some of these stumps, some of them are so well polished and smoothed and covered in oil from some of the animals. And they do much the same with the termite mounds. Sometimes we see termite mounds that are polished so smooth, it almost looks out of place. And that's from animals rubbing up against it. And don't forget the blessbuck that's falling fast asleep there. Look at these two trying to climb on top of each other, using each other as a jungle gym. So the sun is poking through some of the gaps in the clouds now, making things just slightly warmer. And you can see the animals are happy about that. Zoe, you're 10 years old. Thank you for your question. Merry Christmas to you. I hope you got lots of Christmas presents, eh? Yeah. So, I would say it's already happened. Yeah, we saw a cinnamon-breasted bunting coming down Eloweni Road that I even pointed out to BK. I said, BK, look there. There's something there. And BK looked, and when I confirmed with my eyes that it's cinnamon-breasted bunting, my hands just got thrown in the air. I was like, yes, I have seen it on Amakhala. It's not an uncommon bird in South Africa, but here in Amakhala, very seldomly seen. So that would be one. And then, I would say I would love to see aardvark with BK. An aardvark or an aardwolf with BK. And last night, driving towards the Safari Lodge for dinner, where they invited us for Christmas dinner, we were driving and BK said stop. He saw something. And we had a look. It was a glowworm busy glowing in the bush. It looks like almost like a torch that is losing power. And it's pitch dark. And you just see this little light from a glowworm. That was very special. And Zoe, what would you like to see for Christmas? What are you really hoping to see today? Okay, so these animals do move very quickly in and out the frame. I think they have got the Christmas spirit within them today. Sarah, they are adorable. Oh man, all animals when they're young are adorable. Wow. I mean, warthog piglets are just amazing when they're young. Really cute. Wildebeest too. PK, what's your favorite baby animal? You love leopard babies, eh? Leopard cubs, I would have to agree, yeah? And elephant calves. Yeah, they are very special. 100%. So just to fill you in, there's the warthogs on Amakhala. Seems like a lot of them are giving birth. Oh, there's a pearl-breasted swallow that's flying around there. A lot of them have given birth now. Myself and BK have come across a lot of litters of brand new piglets. And jackal pups, they're also cute. And even the secretary birds. I mean, secretary birds, They are very Jurassic looking animals when they're adults. So you got to try and imagine what a young one would look like. And a lot of you won't need to imagine because we've been spending time with young ones. But when I first saw them, also very adorable, very curious. As well as they hide themselves in the nest, you usually see this great big eyeball. And BK likes to use the description that they are Googling us with that eyeball. And that's also very cute. All right, seems like the rain has subsided in Kariega Game Reserve and Liam is ready to say hello to you all. So let's head off that way.
And a very good morning to you all, folks, and a Merry Christmas from Kariega Game Reserve. My name's Liam and I'm hanging with some giraffes this fine Christmas morning. I've eventually managed to get out. It really just wouldn't be a proper Christmas season if it wasn't for at least a little bit of rain somewhere in the country at this time of year. So take it as a sign that it's definitely Christmas Day. I hope we are all having a lovely Christmas day today, and yeah, I hope that you all gathered together to have a bit of fun whilst escaping to nature today. Really lovely to spend a bit of time with these giraffe in between these little bouts of rain. There's little waves of rain that come through this morning, that are coming through this morning. It's never really consistent. The sun just tries to get through every now and then another wave of cloud comes through. So we'll endeavour to keep with you on this lovely day. So along with this iffy weather is a slight bit of breeze, folks, so please do apologize for the little bit of audio quality that might be coming through. There is a bit of a breeze along with this slightly wet weather. But anyways, it's nice to be coming to you live with these giraffe who've taken up shelter on that southwestern edge of the basin here. A lot of the weather today is coming from the region beyond this hill of where the giraffe are hanging out, so they're doing a very good job at escaping the weather by hanging out on that hillside. Be far less wind over there, that's for sure. Well, hey Brenda, what a pleasure it was to come to you with these lovely giraffe. Yes, yeah, I'm glad it was your Christmas wish, and I'm glad that I could make your Christmas wish come true. times as those waves of rain continue to persist. Well, Amy, I'm sure they'll usually find a little bit of cover like any sensible creature. So I think they're doing a very good job at staying out of the rain over there on that hillside. There you can see all this lovely rain on its way. Yes, yes. It's definitely Christmas Day. Well folks, as I run for cover from this rain, let's go and see what Cedric's got for you.
Oh my word, Liam, it looks like Eastern Cape is having a nice on and off a rainy day there. I could just see that sheet of rain that's coming through there. Oh yeah, just make sure that you stay dry and stay safe. It is Christmas, so you don't want to get sick on a day like this. But yes, I am at the Okakuyu Pan once again. Yes, finally we got some animals that's been coming down here. Apparently, or it looks like that big herd of wildebeest that was pretty much standing on the outskirts did not come down. I don't know what the idea was. But we do have some of the Birchall zebra that's decided to come down towards the pan. And it's always nice just to take a look at them. And I saw that I think was Andrew in Amakhala that had some young foals that side. So I'm hoping I haven't seen any. Oh yeah, actually no, sorry, I'm mistaken. I did see a young one yesterday, a very young foal yesterday. But it looks like the female that's inside the water looks quite large as well. So I'm sure maybe she might as well have her youngster very soon. And yes, Andrew was talking about interesting colorations on zebras, and I think it was about 4 or 5 months ago, I had a very interesting zebra at Djuma, the same thing. Now on both sides, on the back, but running on the flanks on both sides, was there was no stripes. It was completely squiggles, and it looked like, those QR codes. It looked like a QR code that was pasted on both sides of the zebra, which was quite interesting to take a look at that. And sometimes just those genetics, they work that way. Sometimes it just does not run in line, literally. So yeah. And and I think that they saw it again, but I'd love to see that zebra again. It was quite pretty. I mean, honestly, that squiggles was quite an interesting pattern. It does happen around in certain areas, and I know which one he was talking about as well. That young zebra that they took a photo of was very dark and spotty. It was quite an interesting coloration to that one, or patterning, I can call it. But each one's got all different kind of stripes, all different patterns. You'll see some are very dark, some are light, some are lacking some are not lacking some stripes more than others. So each one has got a unique pattern on them.
Can we stop there, please? Because now we have got some leopards making love. Now, this is not like when a baby human bites your finger. Let's push play on this episode of The Wild Show.
I don't know. I'm itching to do some birding again. I want to see if I can beat my birding number from yesterday, which is 13. The day before was 10. So, yes. Well, what was a good start, I had the Namakwa sandgrouse. So, the Namakwa sandgrouse won. And then, of course, got the black-necked grebe that's in the water. As he bobbling along here. And I think that is my second one there. And then, of course, you've got the Cape Crow. That's on the banks there, sitting on the rock, that blackbird. So we've got 3 there. And then, of course, we had our Egyptian goose. And that's a lonely one. It hangs around by itself here at the pan. Oh, that is 4. I'm going to quickly add a number here. And then, of course, I know that I had the blacksmith lapwings as well. I'm going to try and see if I can locate the blacksmith lapwing. I had the little one this morning. I just saw the youngster wandering along the water edge. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4. So I got 4 birds so far. I want to see if I can just find that lapwing again, just to confirm that one. Sorry, it's interesting because I like to do and take a look, especially if you get something like the Namakwa dove, which I got so excited about yesterday. I hardly ever get to see, I don't hardly ever get to see those Namakwa doves. I had one at the pan yesterday, a brief visual. Alright, I think I do see the lapwing a little bit further up. It looks like they're not hanging around the water at the moment. I do zoom in. I think we might have a bit of bouncy. There it is, just to the right. A little lapwing, blacksmith lapwing there. Alright, so, and I'm sure that lapwing will come sooner or later. It'll start coming down towards the water area again. Alright, so that is 5. Alright, so I'm at 5 so far for the morning here at Okakuyu. Good number on birds. Fairly wild guy. Willy wild guy. Oh, Billy Wild Guy. Sorry, Billy Wild Guy. Wild lapwings common all over Africa. Well, Billy Wild Guy, it's a perfect habitat for them. There's a lot of watering holes, a lot of riverines, and it's an ideal area for them. So those lapwings are definitely common, and not just the blacksmith lapwing. You get us to the crown lapwing. With the crown lapwing, you'll find more kind of in the big open clearings, open areas. And where your blacksmith lapwings, you'll find more closer to the water areas. But yeah, they're throughout, I think they're throughout Africa, if I'm not mistaken, or throughout southern Africa. They're very popular, very common. I think every water source and every dam and river and I can say pan in the Greater Kruger Park has got a lapwing family. So I'm not too sure exactly. As I say, further north in Thai Africa, I don't think so. Maybe not in Egypt. Maybe not. But definitely, the blacksmith is our most common one around. And if you actually look at the distribution, of the blacksmith lapwing, I think it is in the southern African side. It is all over. It's green all over. But apparently I know that the guys told me this morning that there was vivid monkeys alarm calling around there at the Djuma Dam. So I'm hoping maybe if we can head over to Djuma Dam not too long from now, we can actually go and scan the area. You never know, maybe we are lucky enough to find some sort of predator around that side. I'm just taking a look at this lonely gemsbok. I'm slowly moving away. Slowly. And he's making his way away from the pan. You can even see the little lapwing. Well, it's difficult to see now, but there's a little blacksmith lapwing just following the gemsbok. So you can see just many times what they'll do when they're busy moving like that, of course disturbing maybe some insects along that little pathway, and that little lapwing is just following, just thinking, maybe I can snatch up a little meal here for the morning. But while this gemsbok is moving away, let's head over to the Eastern Cape with Andrew, as he's got some animals to show you.
From the last sighting we had, and we've come across another nice breeding group of animals, and that's the red hartebeest. I'm just going to grab my hat here again and just try and block the wind. Hopefully this is better. Wow, lots and lots of young here. There's some nice young bulls in this group, and some adult females. The majority of these are actually going to be adult females. And they are a roaming herd or a breeding herd, and their function is to roam and breed. That is the entire function. They might be here today, but tomorrow they'll be in a totally different area if the resources here can't support them anymore. There's a few young ones with umbilical cords still attached. There's a big warthog running in the background, just disappeared. And there's a few more just beyond. Very, very unique horns. If you want to use your imagination, try to remember those classic handlebars for Harley Davidson motorcycles. That's the best way to make associations to remember the names of the antelopes, is just by looking at features that you can recall. Yeah, this one's got some, that's a very small one there. Still got the umbilical attached there. I saw one of the calves as well in this group has got, looks like a bit of scar tissue on the backside. I think it got attacked by a predator. Let's see if we can find, is it that one, BK? That one's, this one over here. Seems like it survived, yeah, it seems like it survived an attack of sort. Now, some of you would have seen the caracal, the lynx with Ralph and BK a good few months ago. So they are occurring out here, and caracal will most definitely be able to take lambs, no problem. I think those marks could have been done by jackals. I think lions would have finished the animal off if it was them, but sometimes they do escape. You see this young foal here, BK, this one again, it's got a lot of white around its eye. Let's just see if it turns for us. See, the others don't have white around the eyes. This one has got white around the eye. How's that? Come on, show us. getting a little bit shy there. Almost looks like he's wearing goggles. That's quite unique. I haven't seen that before ever. You see how those young ones blend in when they lie down? They look like little termite mounds. Definitely an excellent way to camouflage. If you sit still and you lie on the ground, you might just resemble a termite mound or a rock. Predator might not even see you. Oh, look at those ones. We having a little bit of a tussle. Two females having a bit of a disagreement there. It does happen. But I'm just quite surprised by this young calf here. It's got all that white around the eyes there. Very different. Okay, so wind is swirling around us at the moment. It's a bit difficult to protect the mic here. Let me just try one more thing. You might just hear a few noises. Okay, so I hope that helps. There's a few impalas just dashing across. These are bachelor males, so it seems like they are sort of play wrestling in a way, and they chase each other around like this, getting ready for the rutting season next year. So March and April should be the rutting season yet again next year. So all these impala males, they stick around forming these bachelor groups so that they can just develop their strategies again, and then also, you know, make themselves nice and strong. And they are definitely on the way to that. They're looking very, very strong at the moment. Even hartebeest, they also do the same thing. They also do form these little bachelor groups. And blessbuck will do it. Wildebeest will do it sometimes. Even elephants do form these bachelor male groups every now and then. So I'm not sure if you can see that one hartebeest almost in the center, but a little bit to the right. It's got its head down. Very, very thick horns. It's just got its head down now. That's a good example of the bull. But if you look at the females, which are the rest of them, both sides, left and right, see how thin those horns are? And those are adult cows. Then almost directly in the center, right at the back, is a young bull. And you'll see the thickness of the horns. I see a Cape wagtail is following these hartebeest, and every now and then we're seeing a black and white bird fly past. That's the southern anteating chats. Definitely going to follow these hartebeests, as they are going to disturb a lot of insects, a lot of food for them. Very clever tactic by a bird is just to follow some of the bigger animals, let them flush those insects, and you can pinpoint exactly where the food is. I'm actually surprised there's no black-headed heron walking with them. There's some blesbuck and some lambs. And I can just hear an African pipit. I'm not sure if you can hear it. Just click, 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 click. Some waterbuck antelope as well. Fran, that's a good question. So one of two ways. Most of the time the adults are gonna, take the calves away from the danger. So if they spot a lion walking around, get the calves up and start moving off quite quickly. That's their main sort of defense. Last resort, they're actually going to use their horns, and that's a good reason why female hartebeest also have horns. They're going to need to defend their calves, because their calves are predated upon quite highly, not just by ground predators but sometimes by aerial raptors as well. And so they're going to need horns to try and defend their calves. Otherwise, if they didn't have horns, I reckon that hartebeest would not be as common as what they are now. I think they would have been decimated by predators quite easily. And they are not afraid to use those horns. I've seen a hartebeest female go for a cheetah before. A cheetah took one look at the situation that was escalating and stopped what it was doing and ran away. And this goes for the most part with these antelopes that live in these open environments. They need defense, they need a set of horns, and they need speed to run away. Looks like there's a calf trying to suckle from its mom, but its mom is denying. And it looks like a couple of wattled starlings also hanging around the area. Sharon, morning. Only the one species of hartebeest here in Amakhala, that's the red hartebeest. That's the only one that is seen and that is occurring out here in Amakhala. So if you ever do plan a trip out here and you think you see hartebeest, you probably are noticing red hartebeest. Yeah, it's definitely the most common antelope out in Amakhala. There's a fair amount of them out here. Just lovely to watch them. But if there are any other questions or any queries or comments, suggestions that you might have, please send them along. Love to hear from you. It'd be very nice to hear from you on Christmas Day or on any other day. And if you have any experiences, you must let us know. We can chat about them. And that's what I love about the Wild Earth experience, is that we can interact with you. So you don't always have to hear my voice. Sometimes I can sort of hear your voice when I get the the questions fed through to me. Just wonderful environment out here. So we're in the center of the basin at the moment. That road that you see going up the hill there, that is Dairy Road. So you'll often hear us talking about Dairy Road and Eloweni. Dairy Road is that one, and then Eloweni is behind us. And these are the two main accesses to come down into the basin. Very steep roads, and definitely got to take it slow when you go down those roads. Alright, so Cedric is trying to find the smaller things in life out at Ukukuyo. Sorry about that. Got a tongue twist. Let's head off to Namibia and see what he's busy with that side.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. Yes, it seems like it is a little bit windy that side in the Eastern Cape. And I am definitely looking for the smaller things. I'm still enjoying a little bit of the birding side of things, because it's nice just to see if we can find different species of birds around here. I'm not used to Namibian species, but there's a few that, of course, that is in this area that we do get around in the Greater Kruger Park area. But we have had already 5 different species here, so that is not too bad for the morning. Just at this one dam, and we've got some springbucks. That's always roaming and hanging around the area. Early this morning, the pan was very quiet, but it seems like it has definitely picked up a bit. I think this is some impala. I just want to see if we can get them. So, unfortunately, a few impalas that side, a few looks like a males and a couple of females that side. That's just moving, or 2 young males and 2 females moving away. I haven't seen any of the lambs yet. I have taken a look. It seems like these impalas will be dropping very soon. We're having a little youngsters soon, but yeah, looks like they are moving away. Unfortunately, the wind is a little bit strong this side as well, so I can't zoom in too much. Danny, I don't know if there's any birds that has pretty much originated from Okakuyo. No, it's like if there are any migrant birds that's in this area, I don't think they originated from Okakuyo itself. I think they would have come from north of the equator. Of course, in our summertime in the southern hemisphere, they would come down, and you'll get things, of course, just like your steppe buzzards and steppe eagles, yellow-billed kites coming through here. And they won't just come to Okakuyo, they actually will move further south as well into South Africa and into more the eastern sides as well, so towards, how can I say, the eastern, northeastern parts of South Africa. But migrant birds here to Okakuyo originated from here. I'm not too sure if there is any specific species for that. If you do know, please let me know. Let me know. I am definitely waiting here for any comments on those questions, because it is quite interesting just to know some of the migrants that do come here, if they have originated from the side. So if you do know that, please send us those comments through.
On the 12 days of Christmas, Wild Earth has planned to see 12 hippos hiding, 11 weavers weaving, 10 leopards leaping, 9 ostrich dancing, 8 liner lying, 7 ellies swimming, 6 cheetah chasing, 5 buffalo, 4 calling cubs, 3 giraffes, 2 crocodiles, and a naughty vervet monkey.
There's something coming down in the distance. I'll quickly take a look. Looks like zebras. I think it looks like zebras. Just two of them. Definitely not those big herds that we've been seeing. Only two, maybe like males. Many times you'll find male zebras as well. If they do not have a harem and they've been kicked out of the herd by the stallion, you'll find sometimes males will tend to move with other males. They have like a little bachelor herd, and hoping that one day that they can take over a harem for themselves. Maybe maybe these are two males that do not possess any herds or any females. Tyler, how soon after birth will the foal enter the water? Well, Tyler, if mom is going for a drink, I'm sure the foal will also pretty much head into the water. Not deep. I mean, zebras is not that kind of animal. If you look at the gemsbok and the springbok, where they go practically in the center of this pan, you'll find the zebras they will stand on just on the inside of the water itself. So I'm sure that the foal will be going, soon after being born. I don't think there's any kind of specific time that the foal said, okay, now I am allowed to touch the water. I think it's any time. So I think straight after mom is in the water, I'm sure the little one will go into the water. But it won't go deep, of course. As I say, it'll be very, a little bit nervous to go a little bit further in. But it's definitely not going to prevent it from drinking and standing in the water. But then again as well, if you look at the Masai Mara and all that, so sometimes they have to cross these big river systems where, of course, the rivers are flowing, and I've seen foals going into those rivers and they have to cross with mom and the rest of the herd. And, it's survival. So you need to get to the other side. You have to take those risks. Especially you get those big crocodiles around there. So, but there is no crocodile in this pan, so I think there is no nervousness about that for any zebras to kind of enter. I just want a big elephant. I want a nice big elephant, or I just want maybe even a good old rider to come down. Oh, my screen is... Well, Henry, that's difficult to tell. That's very difficult because that's the whole thing about a crocodile is it's all about the element of surprise. So, you'll never know. That's how I always tell people, if we go, when I used to guide in the sands and that, and when I used to stop with guests at a pan or something, or a dam, or even a little pan, just like this Okukuyo pan. I stop there and people sometimes just get up and just walk straight to the water. And I'm like, don't do that, because you never know if a crocodile has pretty much come through the night and has decided to, make a little bit of a stop by at this pan. Because you'll never know. You'll never know if a crocodile is there or not, because they are waiting and they are so sneaky. So the only way as well, if you spend a lot of time there, like day after day, and you can see them maybe sunning and all that, or sunbathing and sitting on the outskirts of the water itself, then it's a different story. Then okay, well there is a crocodile. But sometimes during the night time, a crocodile could have entered this into this pan without us even knowing. And that has happened, and has happened a few times. I mean, I've stopped in many a pan before, and just checked, and all of a sudden I realised, hey, hold on, but there's a crocodile that's here that hasn't been here, that hasn't been here before. So yeah, you gotta watch out for that. As well, maybe attracts. If you really want to, investigate properly, walk around the pan. So sometimes if that crocodile has entered or laid out somewhere on the side, you just walk around the pan, of course keeping a distance from the water, enough for you to kind of feel safe. And you can sometimes see the tail mark, the drag marks of the tail. So that's also maybe a sign that there is a crocodile around there. There's so many nice little noises happening around here, nice bird calls and that, and I think let's enjoy some of the sounds of nature. Well, it looks like these zebras are just running away. Sorry. Had something to drink and went down the wrong hole there. I don't know why they're trotting off like this now. Alright, I think I'm alright here. Sorry, I think I just had something to drink. I went down the wrong hole, almost choked here. Anyway, all good. Still alive. I think my parents will be too happy if I die on Christmas Day. Choke away here. But look at that, all those beautiful. What is it? Is it Cape Crows again? Are we lucky? Is it something else? Can we put another one to the list here? Another bird? What is it? Oh no, it's a huge flock of blacksmith lapwings. That's quite amazing. I mean, I never knew that they were in these huge flocks. I know that, as I said yesterday, I was so used to seeing them always by themselves or in the pairs, but never in these big flocks. That's quite nice. And then I read up about it, and it's like, all blacksmith lapwings, if they're not breeding, they are in flocks. So there it is. But trust me, I love to get a little bit closer to the side. I know that some of you enjoy just kind of scanning along the edges here, but it's just now and again it seems like the wind has picked up, and then once it picks up here, the camera gets a little bit of a shake. It becomes a little bit, how can I say, woozy. My word, I think I was. Right, carefully along here, some of the rocks. Sophia, what is the most fascinating bird study I have read? Sophia, sure. I think brood parasitism. Sorry, I'm still kind of choking here. I think brood parasitism is very interesting, especially when it comes to the cuckoos and that, and how they actually, your Jacobin cuckoo, your Levalens cuckoos, all different cuckoos will use different birds as their hosts. And what is actually amazing is that how they actually investigate. So, for instance, a Jacobin cuckoo uses the Aramark babblers. So they'll pretty much, Aramark babblers will have the eggs, and what happens is the Jacobin cuckoo will quickly, once those Aramark babblers leave the nesting site just to go and feed and go move out and fly away from the nest area, that Jacobin cuckoo will quickly fly towards the nest, investigate the coloration of the eggs and everything, and what it'll do, it'll actually then almost create almost the same coloration to it, and the spots on it, and just the design of the egg. And once it does that, of course, once again, it'll still investigate on every time that Aramark babblers leave the nest. And investigate until it realizes, okay, what's going to be the best time to go to the nest, go and lay the eggs, and then fly away as quick as possible before it actually gets, busted. And once they do that, of course, Aramark babblers will come back. They'll think, okay, they'll don't know anything about the extra egg that's inside of the nest. Then, of course, then they will incubate all the eggs. Jacobin cuckoo chick will hatch. The Aramark babblers chicks will hatch. And then all of a sudden, it will be pretty much like nothing has happened. So the Aramark babblers will keep on feeding the Jacobin cuckoo's chick and all that, and eventually you'll find that even the Jacobin cuckoo's chick itself is larger than the host bird, and then actually the Aramark babbler itself. And it's quite fascinating because I saw it last year, where it actually flew around with the family of Aramark babblers, was flying all over the show, but it was screaming for food all the time, and the rest of the adults were just feeding this cuckoo all the time. They were just feeding and feeding and feeding this cuckoo. It seemed like it was a never-ending story, and it even seemed like those poor Aramark babblers weren't even having time to feed themselves. Because this cuckoo would be on their case all the time. And very interesting to see that happening. Nice. There's a nice book called The Birds Birding book, and it was actually written by a guy called Rael Loon. Rael Loon is pretty much, he was brought up as well in the Sabi Sands, in the southern side, at one of the areas called Sabi. And he was an ornithologist, and he did a lot of studies on this, and it was very interesting read that, A Bird's Birding. Very, very nice book to have. One of the books I want to try and get back again. Unfortunately, mine was taken, so yeah, nice read that. another good read about that is all to do with the Turacos. So, of course, why the go-away bird was not classified under the Turacos. So of course, you get the Neisner Turaco, you get the purple-crested Turaco, all the beautiful greens and red colors. But unfortunately, the grey go-away bird doesn't have the greens and the reds, and it's pretty much due to a pigmentation called turacocin or turacocin and turacomydin. Turacocin and turacomydin. Turacocin is red pigmentation, turacomydin is green pigmentation, and that's why the name of the lories changed to the Turacos, because of that pigmentation in their feathers or in the coloration. And of course the grey lory did not have that pigmentation, so it was not classified as a Turaco. But it looks exactly like them. I mean, it's got that beautiful crest, the long tail, acts like them. So there was also read information also came from the same book, Birds Birding. Wait, look, I've got a Namakwa dove. I've got a Namakwa dove. Is it there? Am I going to get it? There it goes. There goes a Namakwa dove. Okay, sure. Now I've got like, what is it now? 6. Awesome. So I've got a Namakwa dove and I've got the Namakwa sandgrouse today. Wunderbar. Lovely, lovely, lovely. That is now a nice find. I was very excited getting that Namakwa dove going. Well, as you know, it is the Christmas time, and it is definitely Christmas fever and everything. So the Grinch versus Father Christmas. This the season, and we are feeling very festive about this. So join us for a fun-filled Christmas sunset safari this afternoon, and where the Grinch is going to try its very best to make Father Christmas and his little helpers lives very difficult. So please don't miss out on that. The Grinch is going to make all Father Christmas life very difficult today in our sunset safari. So watch this space. Oh, look at this. Okay, yeah, so we got the little smaller of the lapwings, of course, blacksmith lapwing, but it's still the youngster. Just still moving around this side here, just still feeding all by itself. So it doesn't really need any adult supervision. It's pretty much now by itself. It doesn't have to hang around with the parents, and that's typical lapwing. And you're going to see a little terrapin as well there. It looks like maybe one of the hinged terrapins. I'm not too sure which hinged terrapin there is. There is several different hinged terrapins around. But there is one that's just enjoying the sun. And of course sunning nicely on top of that rock. Oh, there's another terrapin. You can see the head in the water. It's moving slowly. Okay, there's quite a few terrapins around here. That's quite nice. And another one. Oh, there's plenty of terrapins. Oh my word. Alright, there's plenty. I see a lot of little snouts coming up there. So, full up. I don't know, I'm just trying to take a look. Apparently there's 2 different terrapins that you do get around in Namibia. So you got the pretty much helmeted terrapin, or you also get the more Mashona hinged terrapin. I think this might be the Mashona hinge terrapin. It's more of a medium-sized terrapin. So I'm definitely going to just try and take a look. It's very difficult to tell from here, but I'll definitely look into that. Very nice to have these little terrapins around here. Helmet terrapin, sorry, it's a helmeted terrapin or the marsh terrapin. I don't think that's a marsh terrapin because there is no marshy areas here. So I don't think it's a marsh terrapin. I think this is a helmeted terrapin. So I'm just going to try and see if I can get an image of a helmeted terrapin. Yeah, that's also going to be very difficult if you can't really see this terrapin properly. I think I saw another one a little bit further up, maybe a little bit better there on another rock. There's a whole lot of them. Yeah, it could be a helmeted terrapin. Definitely not, maybe even like a serrated. It almost looks like the ones that we get that side of Juma is like the serrated hinge terrapin, where of course the back end of the carapace is very much kind of got those squiggles on the edges, almost like it's like a serrated knife. Maybe this one, maybe we can get a better one. Better view on this one. Yeah, no, definitely they are very camouflaged. I think it's perfect for them, especially when they're basking in the sun and they're sitting on this white concrete rocks. It's they really kind of fit in with these rocks. They almost look they look like a rock themselves. So yeah, no, definitely it is. They are very well, not camouflaged, but they blend in more so through with this area or with these rocks. Alright, I'm going to go out. Looks like I'm getting a little bit seasick on that wobbly camera then, so I'm just going to go a little bit out again. Definitely this pan has not been as active as the last 2 days, as I said, I think because that huge storm that came through last night. It seemed like there was a lot of water that was dumped around this area at Okukuyu. I'm sure there's a lot of water all pretty much dispersed all over the show.
It's the end of another year here at Wilder. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
Alright, we're just enjoying some nice noises, nice sounds of nature. It's always beautiful just listening to the birds in the background, and it is nice, just so nice and tranquil. But I think we might have to see if we can get over to the Djuma Dam and maybe take a look that side. Let's get that over. Yeah, let's go to the Sabi Sand and let's go to Djuma. Alright, we're on the Djuma Cam, the dam cam at the Djuma side, and yes, I know that this morning they had all those vivid monkeys alarm calling around the area, especially at the inflow, and I think they had a couple of the impalas as well, just kind of scouting the area at the inflow. So I'm just going to just scan the area and see if we might be lucky, you never know. Yeah, it looks like seems like the Djuma dam cam is just running through a little bit of problems. But anyway, let's head back to Okokweyo to see what's happening that side in Namibia. Alright, back here, and yes, as I said, it is a fairly slow day here at Okokweyo. Definitely a slow day. It seems like a lot of the bigger herds have not come down for any substantial water for the morning. So there is one gemspot that is just sitting on the outskirts here, just by itself. And it doesn't seem like it's too busy around here today. For now, that is. Alright, well, I'm just thinking of, well, we're going to try and do a quiz around this side. So, I did read up something about Etosha. Of course, this is where Okokweyo, the pan, pretty much exists inside of this reserve here in Namibia. And I read about the reserve and the size. So when it comes to hectares, the size of Okokweyo, has anybody got any idea or any answer on the size of Etosha itself, where Okaukweo Pan is pretty much around. So if you've got an idea on how large this reserve is, let me know, send those comments through, and I will try and think of another great quiz to come up after that.
What is that, Wendy?
Janet Planet, 3 hectares. No, 3 hectares is Janet Planet. 3 hectares is very small. I think 3 hectares is maybe the size of the pan itself. But thank you very much, Janet Planet. So thank you very much for your answer, and thank you for trying. But unfortunately, that is incorrect. Incorrect. And we'll try again, but keep on listening, and if no one gets it right, I will definitely give you the answer very shortly. We've got a few more springbuck coming through. So talking about the birding side of thing, okay, so what I have picked up on so far this morning, which is fantastic that I've got those 2 species that I was actually looking for yesterday and the day before. So we're different. So far this morning we've got the blacksmith lapwing, we've got the black-necked grebe, we've got the Cape Crow, we've got the Namakwa dove, we've got the Namakwa sand grouse, and then we've also got the Egyptian goose. So there is that solitary Egyptian goose that we did pick up on there as well. So I'm just going to try and see if we can get that Egyptian goose again, because I did see it once off, but it just disappeared very quickly. Came in landing once and then it just went away very quickly. I don't know if it's gone to one of the sides here because it also blends in with the rocks in the area pretty well. Might be around here somewhere. It's got the grebe that's swung past there. I'm also trying to pick up on those swallows, but it's just they're too quick for the camera. There's no way that I'm going to kind of ID these swallows that's pretty much flying by and having a drink here from the pan. Alright, I think let's try the Djuma Dam cam once again to see if we can see what's happening around that side in the Sabi sand. Alright, hopefully that's running here. Looks like so far so good. Alright, so what's going to be nice this area, as I said earlier, they had those vervet monkeys and impalas really alarm calling towards the inflow. And I know I've seen Marips a few times coming through to this area and actually lying. There's a big jackalberry tree on the inflow side. So I'm going to just scan this area quickly here, just double check. I was fortunate once to see all my Marips chasing that scrub hare all the way across the dam wall, and he caught that scrub hare all the way down to where this big jackalberry tree is on the right hand side. Ryan, there's what I miss most about Djuma. Ryan, everything. Ryan, trust me, I miss everything. I love the vegetation there. I love the Savannah Woodlands. Savannah Woodlands to me is absolutely gorgeous. It's beautiful, it's green, it's lush, it's just, I just love it. And as well as definitely all the good old characters that side. I mean, at times it's missing out on the Djuma clan quite a bit. I mean, it's been difficult over the last month with the Djuma clan because since they've been inside of Little Gowrie, haven't really got to see them nicely back in the Djuma area. So definitely missing that. But as well as just looking at the Djuma Dam itself, nice watering holes, nice greenery, and I think the weather as well. I like the green. I love it. It just makes it so nice. It feels comfortable. Feels like it's home for me, that is. No, that's no, yeah, at Djuma as well. What I miss here is that you never know. I've got a feeling maybe we're going to get a nice herd of elephants coming down for a drink. But yeah, elephants have been lacking in Djuma for some other reason over the last couple of weeks. The big rains have come through, and it seems there's enough food all over the show now. Now it seems that the elephants have just avoided this area. But yeah, I'm sure they'll come back again, back and forth all the time, following food, following the area where they are going to get nice nourishment from the grass and from the leaves and from whatever they are eating. I'm just trying to focus a little bit onto to the sides, to the edges here, especially it's a nice sunny day. So thinking about those Nile monitors that definitely might be sunning around here somewhere. And we had those two null monitors yesterday. They're chasing each other. Alright, let's head over back to Okakuyapan and see what is happening back at that side. Right, just taking back this side. Still not too much happening. Not really active. It seems like it's very slow moving at the Okakuyapan this morning. Now we're going to get a couple of springbuck and zebras coming down, but nothing substantial for now. And this is supposed to be a hot day. It's supposed to be 35, 36. I would have thought maybe it might have been quite active. But slowly but surely you can see a nice gemsbok involved here with them, with some of the springbuck. So there's kind of staying. A lot of times you'll find these different species together, and there's keeping a close eye for any predators. So we've got more species than one, and at least I know that they can go down for a drink here at the pan without any real issue. More eyes, more ears around here. Nature lover, you say 6,000 hectares. I think that might be still a little bit low. Nature lover. But thank you so much for your answer. I really do appreciate. It is definitely way higher than that. But thank you so much. You say 6,000 hectares. I think. Zandi, definitely getting a little bit closer. You say 1 million hectares. Well, we're getting there. We're getting it. We're getting warmer. It's getting warmer. So, thank you so much, Zandi. I really appreciate it as well. But 1 million hectares is still... If you think about the Kruger National Park, I'll just give you an idea. Kruger National Park is 2.2 million hectares. So 2.2 million hectares. And Etosha is 4 times bigger. So that's pretty much giving the answer away, actually. Nathan, he says 6.5 million hectares. Yeah, that's very close now. That's, I must have I took a look and I've got a couple of on the answers on that one as well. But yeah, you say 6.5 million hectares. And very close, very, very close there, Nathan. I think there's another 1.5 extra there, and I think we will be on point. Thank you so much, Nathan. Thank you for your answer. I was explaining earlier these Gemsbok, how they actually go right in the middle of the pan here with the springbok. They don't have a care in the world going in there into the water. Kimberly Lee, you say 8 million hectares. Well, Kimberly Lee, I think you are spot on. That's it, 8 million hectares. That's how large the Etosha Reserve is altogether. It's 8 million hectares. That's quite large. It is huge. Apparently, they say one of the largest. I think they say almost like fenced reserve in Africa. So yeah, that is 8 million hectares. That is 4 times bigger than the Kruger National Park, that's incredible. I thought I used to read, and that's I did not know about this. I read about the Greater Kruger National Park being the largest fenced reserve in Africa. That's what I thought. Well, clearly I was wrong on that. Fenced reserve. Clearly I was wrong on that, because I know the Kruger, as I say, 2.2 million hectares, and that is joined on with all the private reserves. In other words, your Sabi Sands, your Manileti, Timbavati, Klaseri, all those reserves that's joined on to the Kruger National Park. So, and it takes you quite a long time to get past. It will get from the north to the south of Kruger. I think it's 360 kilometers north to south. And I think from east to west, the furthest is, I think it's 180 kilometers from east to west. Mary, when was Etosha proclaimed as a protected area? Mary, I've got no idea. As I said, I'm not clued up with Etosha. Maybe Sihle can tell me about that one. Thank you, Sihle. 1907 there, Mary. There we go, 1907. Thank you so much. Yeah, so 1907 it was proclaimed as a protected area. See, we all learn something every day. Every single day we learn something new. In 1907, and then I know the Kruger National Park was proclaimed as a protected reserve in 1890. 1890. Fantastic that they actually have these protections of the animals and have these kind of reserves, because it is so important. I think without these kind of reserves, as it says, the name says it already, reserve. So it's reserving these animals for the future. And I think without these reserves, we'll definitely lose so many species and not have these amazing natural habitats and environments. And that would be something that we would have missed out on. So yeah, it's amazing, and I'm glad that they actually proclaimed these areas. And it's amazing that we've got these parks all over the show that has been kind of have been protected from any destruction or any humans coming in and taking over with buildings and all that. And I think this is perfect. This ideal for us to at least we can still enjoy these areas, enjoy these animals, and actually spend time in nature. And I think a lot of times for me, spending time in nature is just it's just the answer to a lot of things in my life as well. Sitting there and just contemplating and just looking to the bush and just going just wondering, let your mind wander, and I love it. I think the smells and the noises, the sounds, everything. It is just perfect for a person just to kind of unwind. A good old reset button is a good old way of just relaxing. What would we do without nature? What would we do? But yeah, when talking about the sounds and that, let's enjoy some amazing noises here at Okukuyu. So Cecily, you say Kana. What's the highest number of birds I've seen at Okukuyu? Kana. Well, yesterday I got 13. Yesterday I was fortunate to pick up on 13 species around here. So, but then again, actually not at Okukuyu. I'm lying now. Oh, what just flew in there? I think I might have been still on 10 because I'm not going to count the grey heron in because the grey heron was at Juma. The hardy-doll was at Juma. So that's 2 off the list already. So maybe just maybe 11. I think 11. So 10 and 11. So 10 was the previous day, and then maybe yesterday was 11. So yeah, I'll see if I can maybe get a little bit of a better number here today, but it doesn't seem like it. It seems like it's a little bit of a slow one here at Okukuyu at the moment. So I've got 6 so far. If I can just pick up on exactly which swallows. I'm trying to figure out the swallow. Oh, see, but that's an Namakwa dove. I think I just saw the Namakwa dove coming back there again. Now it's gone.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
It's taking still some Springboks, but yeah, no, I'm definitely. I can't wait to jump into a vehicle and get to taste again and smell again and just feel those things. But while I'm gonna enjoy the Okakuyu this side, let's head over to Liam in Kariega.
And hello everybody, and welcome back to Kariega, where I've managed to briefly escape a little bit of weather. We do hope it holds up like this as it is with this nice herd of buffalo. Yeah, it's very iffy weather here today. But we are back up and running and enjoying a bit of hanging out with this lovely herd of buffalo here on the edge of the plains. I've zoomed into this female buffalo who has got the look of one that one might have after a grand Christmas feast. That kind of semi half-distant gaze of satiation, or absolute food babiness. It looks like she's had a good amount of feed in today, this fine Christmas day, and it's now just taken a little bit of Z time. The herd of giraffe have moved along the edge of the thicket, so I've moved a little bit closer in to somewhere where I might be able to shelter from any unpredictable rain bouts. So brings us closer to the herd of giraffe. It's moving slowly along the edge of this thicket here. Lily, yes, Kariega certainly is quite a diverse landscape, and a bit of grassland, a bit of thicket, some little patches of riverine forest along the edges here. Yeah, it would be nice if there was the opportunity to take you into some of these forests, but it's it's of course quite challenging to come to you live from some of those localities. But nonetheless, it's here, and the wildlife that exists in those environments at least can at least sometimes be heard here from the plains. The bird life is incredible. It's it really is a magically diverse landscape, and almost always lots of good diversity around. So I'm just my attention's been drawn to these other members of the herd on the edge of the edge over here, who seem to have their head lifted moments ago for a particular scent. You see their heads keep on picking up just to check what's trying to suss out some scent that seems to be swirling around here. There's these two of them. They've had their noses lifted into the air. That is for sure. Buffalo's enjoying a bit of graze this morning. Christmas is often about such great buffets of food for at least for some, and the buffalo are definitely celebrating that very much this morning. There's even a bit of grass on his back, it seems. Looks like they had a bit of a food fight earlier. Really lovely scene with this buffalo here. I love how the backdrop kind of, you've got quite a nice depth from this angle of the landscape with these buffalo here. A bit of a blessed walk in the background. Photo bombing. Then of course that idyllic shaped Scotia in the far distance is the Scotia tree on the edge of Scotia Waterhole. Tally, that is a friend of Blaze. There's a whole herd of Blaze's friends over here just to the right. And Blaze was earlier at his position, but I think he went somewhere off into the distance to probably seek some shelter from the rain. But yeah, he's around. He's definitely around, not to worry. It's a really magic scene here with this herd of buffaloes. Just gonna slowly pan here. It's just so nice to see a nice bit of grazing going on here. Ooh, oh yeah, that's exactly what I hoped for. I've been looking for this drongo. A fork-tailed drongo has been hanging around this herd of buffalo, and now has come and landed perfectly on this chap here. So that is a very cool scene. A very, very cool scene. So this fork-tailed drongo would be purposefully landing on the back of these buffaloes to try and scoop up any potentially disturbed insects. And what a perfect place to go and find or perch itself to go and find insects that are disturbed by the buffalo. Lovely. This is really neat bit of behavior and lovely little bit of interaction. Magic. Let's see if our drongo is able to snatch up something whilst we're here. Oops. Just a heads up, folks, there will be a car just passing by in a oh, never mind. Great, very kind of them. Oh, isn't that a beast of a buffalo, that, hey? Yo. Got the look of a taxman. Doesn't enjoy the drongo sticking around on his back. Quite intolerant of pesky bird. Oh, yay. Just caught a little insect that I think it flew down there, or at least attempted to. Hey, what good fun. Drongos are fascinating birds. I'm truly intrigued by them. Oops, and bam. Did you get some in? Oh, and off to another perch somewhere else. Well, let's just stick with the buffalo because I'm sure the drongo might return. They're a really intelligent little bird, and bold and brazen. So many instances of where they've taken on far larger raptors, and even kleptoparasitized other birds and creatures of whatever prey they might have found. Oh, this is really adorable. These little buffaloes got a little bit of Christmas spirit in them. Oh my goodness, is this not so heartwarming? Very fluffy cows with very dexterous tongues. Oh. Just in time to show us your best side. Very, very cute. Here is it. Yes, yes, yes. Oh. It looks like that little bit of bout of rain has brought a little bit of vigor to these little ones. Step. Very cool. Very, very cool indeed. There comes the Drongo again. But I will stick with these baby buffaloes as they continue to melt hearts across the world. Oh, there's a second one. Drongo. So, of course, 12 days to Christmas, folks. Today is Christmas and it would be the last day to join in on afternoon safari fun, whereby each of the localities will have a bingo board in which to fill every afternoon leading up till today. So we do encourage you to come and join us for the 12 days leading up to Christmas. So it's every afternoon safari where we'll have a little bingo competition with the theme of 12 days to Christmas. Now that Drongo came and swooped right here below from where I'm filming. Almost caught an insect over my head. Trying to see where the other one has gone. Because there were two. This guy's trying to get a bit of camera action. Look out. What about me? Okay. Hi guy. How you doing? Trying to test out some tasty green grass. How does it taste? Smell good? What do you think? Very useful, these buffalo tongues. They're able to really know how to reach into some really peculiar places. So, looking at this young buffalo with its beautiful reddish coat, it does remind me a lot of a forest buffalo, which is a slightly smaller subspecies you'll find in Central Africa. And like this young buffalo, they are quite fluffy by comparison to the Cape buffalo. Fluffy and red. And then their ears their ears are incredibly fluffy. It really makes them look like little fluffy teddy bears, but don't let their looks deceive you. A buffalo is a buffalo. They are still very formidable creatures. So, a little patch of grass here looks like it's been churned up by some warthogs. Hello. Hello. Trying to get a bit of scent of what might this peculiar creature on the back of a pickup be. There you have those warthogs. Yeah, Randy, it is really cool to be able to get up closer to some of these buffaloes. They really are showing some nice little interactions with one another. For example, this okay, now I'm not going to zoom in right there to his glory side. Got even a couple of rhinos in the joined in the frame here now. But this female buffalo here was actually also trying to pick up the scent of its youngster, testing it. So there's some really nice interactions going on here this morning, that's for sure. It's keeping us well entertained, and the frame just keeps on getting filled with more and more lovely creatures. Look at that. Looks like our presents are being fulfilled here. Some lovely gifts from the natural world. So Mason, somebody asked yesterday actually what part of a rhino skin would be the softest, and I think my answer would be much the same as that. If you think about on the human body where the softest parts of our skin is, they tend to be also the most sensitive parts of our skin, and that would be anywhere usually on the inner side of our bodies, so the front side of our bodies, and also on the inner side of our limbs, so in between the groin region, underneath the back of the knees, underneath our armpits, underneath our elbows, or the opposite side of our elbows. So all of these bits underneath the joints or the folds of our limbs, you'll find there to be probably the most sensitive parts or soft parts of our bodies. It's usually the first place a predator begins to open up its prey. It's going to be in the groin or stomach or chest regions. Whereas the extremities, the outside, the outer shell of the buffalo's hide or rhino's hide or most other creatures' hide is much thicker and tougher and can deal with the outside elements better. Elements could even be buffalo, a lion or a hyena, of course, or even another competitor. Some lovely birds calling in the area as well, just listening into the background here. Got a nice southern blacktit, the party starter. So, Isabella asks what type of animal coexists while feeding, or struggles to coexist while feeding. Well, I mean, Isabella, I think we're dealing with two concepts here. Well, coexistence is just a matter of existing with another creature, so it's independent of feeding. If I do try and make sense of the question better, maybe if you're trying to say that animals that would not like to be feeding alongside one another, which ones struggle to do that, which ones have a bigger comfort zone. Sure, most animals are fairly tolerant of one another, I'd say. There's a very good etiquette or understanding of each other's space whilst feeding. So yeah, there's a good tolerance of one another in most settings. So they're actually quite they're normally very, very forgiving. You'll even with the rhino, for example, I've often seen white rhino and black rhino feeding perfectly fine alongside one another. There's almost always enough food to go around. However, with water, it sometimes is a bit different. If it's an extra limited resource like water holes, many water holes are quite limited in space or amount, so that can influence some competitive behavior between animals that are of similar size. So rhinos, black and white rhinos, or buffalo and rhino, or elephant and rhino, some of the bigger creatures that could size each other up. That would just mind the vehicle's going to pass by. So yeah, water, I would say, is more of a competitive resource that animals would have struggled cohabiting or existing, temporarily existing alongside one another. That is easily resolved by, okay, you take a turn now and I'll take a turn after or before you. So when animals have different successions at a waterhole. In fact, you might even find, if you in Okokweyo, for example, there might even, over time, if you're able to watch, different animals might prefer to come to the waterhole at a different time period. So they're utilizing the same resource, but just at a different time. And that will eliminate any potential competition. I've just turned attention to these buffalo because behind them there was a pair of warthogs that are having a little bit of a fun sparring contest. It seems everybody's got a bit of zing in their step this morning after that. Those few brief those waves of rain. I don't blame them. A little douse of rain always brings a freshness to the air.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
So Lisa asked, how would the herd protect the newborns when they join the herd? So Lisa, it's it's fairly straightforward. They're being, very protective creatures. It would be second nature to them to want to protect them. How exactly? Well, if there were to be a threat, just 1 second, there's a bit of a grumpy rhino coming through here. Didn't like being surrounded by those buffalo, it seems. Either that, or he just felt like doing it for a bit of fun. Certainly caused a bit of a stir amongst the buffalo there. Well, in that instance, the protective measure against the buffalo, against the protective resistance against the rhino would be just simply to run. Which is a very good idea. If you can't protect yourself against something, just run like hell. So yeah, I heard of buffalo, how they would protect a youngster that would come into the group. Is he? Gosh, I thought he was done. It looks like he might even be wanting to come in for a second run. Judging by, look how his ears are pointed intently forward. It's as if he's going, okay, next round, I'm coming for you. It definitely looks like he wants to go for another run. Let's just check it out. Abigail, I have no doubt that animals can most definitely smell each other. Very, very much so. Just like you and I could even, with the trained nostrils, pick up on the scent of a rhino, or think of the naturalists in Djuma when they're driving around and might accidentally come across the distinct smell of popcorn, which many know to be the smell of a leopard, or the smell of a rhino, or I found this morning, actually, on the way down again, in between one of these many bouts, the strong aroma of a wildebeest. It's not the most pleasant smell, but it is distinct. So just how you and I would certainly be able to identify different animals, the animals themselves also know how to distinguish different smells of different animals. In fact, there's an incredible realm of scent that exists around you and me as we speak, that is very foreign to you and I, because we have a very limited sense of smell. So there really is an entire world that envelops us with scent that other creatures can pick up on, like dogs, for example, that we'd be blissfully unaware of. He seems to be on a scent trailing mission. Good luck with that, buddy. Let's head on back to these buffalo who've got a little bit of play in them. Yeah, so really, really interesting project, just speaking about scent now. It was I had the fortune of meeting somebody who runs a very important wild dog conservation monitoring program in Botswana. Of course, Botswana is the home to some of the most critical populations of wild dogs, or biggest numbers. So they're really critical in protecting the species. And he was telling me about a story of how in an effort to attempt try and get the facts straight here. And in an effort to attempt to understand this world of scent and incorporate it into practices, conservation practices, there's people in labs that are trying to study the scent of creatures, like, for example, leopard or lion or any of the other predators, wild dogs included, and utilize scent as a mechanism to control the movement of wildlife. Because the reality is, as much as you and I think we've got these fences, animals have also got fences or boundaries that are reinforced by scent. You look at how a jackal or any predator moves around and leaves behind this trail of scent. It's a very, very characteristic behavior of a predator to go around and scent mark and make its presence known in a place. And so probably one of the most distinguishing behaviors of a predator. And so with those predators moving around in a particular area, it creates a sense that there is an individual here. So I should not hang around. I should move on to a place where there is no other individual of the same species, particularly of the same species. So they're trying to recreate some of these scents, and it is proving to be immensely difficult, because the concoction that goes into the scent that's used to mark these these territories by predators such as lion, leopard, wild dog is incredibly dynamic and incredibly complex, and so it's been a real struggle. But they've from time to time produced results where they've been able to in laboratories reproduce the scent of a particular leopard, let's say a random leopard scent, and then implement them into areas where you would want to, let's say, create a protection zone around a livestock area. And so they set up a number of camera traps and these scent spraying devices with their magical, mythical, non-existent leopard scent, and they put the camera traps up and they use these triggers that would release as soon as a leopard or anything would move past, and just send a little spray into the air. And it in a number of instances worked like an absolute charm. There's a number of one or two moments where a leopard had walked along the trail. The spray was triggered, and it was as if that leopard had walked into a brick wall. It had stopped in an instant. It got this peculiar scent of another leopard. It registered it. It simply turned around and walked in the opposite direction. And that is all just with the use of scent. So it just goes to show how incredibly powerful the effect it has on animals and on different creatures in the environment, and how blissfully unaware we are of what is going on out there. And I thought that was such an incredible example and a potentially impactful tool that could be used in the future to attempt to manage protected areas alongside alternative land use areas, and without having to use these fortified fence style conservation measures, which really severely limit the genetic flow of many creatures. So, yeah, I think if there's any wealthy investors out there listening, I'd encourage you to invest your money in better understanding the scent of animals and how it impacts one another, and it could be used as a very important conservation tool in the future, I believe. So that is, that's what I have to say about that. It smells like a good idea. Looks like I've spoken these buffalo to sleep. I think I'll be a good bedside storyteller someday. So I'm just gonna pan now to the swallows I mentioned. They seem to be in and about their aardvark hole. It also happens to be the rhinos in the frame. So, for those who have been around for this, you'll know that just behind this little prickly pear and that bare patch of earth, you'll see the swallows just dipping down into the ground. Now, this is a pair of pearl-breasted swallows. It is a regional migratory species, so they don't have a massive migration. They fly down from the northern part of the sub-region, so but Zimbabwe, Zambia, and they come down to the Eastern Cape Coast to breed. Well, I don't know if these particular birds come down from that region, but that's at least where they are known to be resident. So it could well be a leapfrog migration where these particular pearl-breasted swallows have maybe migrated from further north. So you can see just how they're darting in and out here. And dipping into the hole. You can see them again, just zooming on by. Let's see if we can get them coming in and out. It's really amazing that they're using these aardvark holes. Sure, so Amanda asks, what role can we play when it comes to protecting endangered animals? Well, it's a very broad broad approach. There's so many different aspects to different endangered animals. So different animals have different reasons why they might be endangered. Some are habitat loss, some are unsustainable harvesting of the animals, some might be disease. There's so many variables when it comes to endangered animals. So I think the best answer I would have for that is a simple bit of awareness to what you do in everyday life. I mean, it's of course it's challenging to know every bit of what you consume and where you put your energy goes into. You're gonna stretch yourself very thin if you try to understand every bit of that. But having some awareness as to, I said it yesterday or the day before, can't remember, the last few days, knowing a little bit of where your energy is coming from and where it is going to, and that's a good way of understanding. Okay, so what is sustaining my life? What are the services? What are the raw materials? What are the things that are sustaining me? What is the impact it has on a place? And then when I gain that energy in the upper hand, and where do I put it into? Where do I invest it? Where do I reinvest it? Am I reinvesting in unsustainable economic practices or environmental practices, or that are harming to social circles, or they uplifting to? So having a bit of consciousness to that, I think, helps at least alleviate stresses on endangered species. Of course it's very difficult to try and not have an impact. We have an impact. You have to bear that in mind. So long as you're a living organism in the universe, you have a print, and it's up to you to manage what that print is that you leave behind. And there's various ways one can do that. So I don't know if there's one answer to to give you to say how to protect or contribute to the protection of endangered species. But I think just having a bit of a thought to what you do, what you consume every day, and where you invest it is a good start. So our swallows, they seem to be in and about, but this buffalo here, just to the side, has really caught my attention. She seems to be quite tuned into our conversation here. It's lending a nice ear. Hey, my lady, how do you do? Also, that little bit of midday siesta kind of sense I'm getting from her. Eyes are starting to look a little bit half-mast. Yeah, that's the look of many after a good Christmas. So Alice asks, what are some of the common diseases found with buffaloes? So, sure, I won't say that I'm a great field of knowledge when it comes to diseases and parasites or viruses, but offhand, TB is a big one. Bovine tuberculosis is a very well known buffalo disease, and there's pretty good measures in place in many parts of the continent to manage this disease. So bovine tuberculosis is an endemic disease to many buffalo, and so it's normal for them to have it, but it's not okay for our domestic cattle. So because buffalo and cattle share many similarities, because they're not far related in terms of the broader taxonomy of bovids, they tend to share the same diseases or similar diseases. And domestic cattle are very much affected by bovine TB, and it can have disastrous effects on livestock that you need to kind of manage where you've got TB buffaloes. And so that's why there's been an incredible demand in many instances for TB-free buffaloes, so buffaloes that have been kept free of tuberculosis and can be traded freely in outside of what we refer to red line areas. So there will be a number of red line areas that cordon off known hotspots for tuberculosis in buffalo, and so you cannot move buffalo outside of that red line area. But once you've got disease-free buffalo outside of that area, it makes moving them around a lot easier. So there's one particular instance of disease. I can tell you in buffalo. There's also I remember the name brucellosis. I can't remember the exact impacts of it, but it's another known disease. Anthrax is a big one, but that's not necessarily specific to buffalo. It's quite a widespread viral or I don't know, it's a parasite or virus, or see, I'm losing my depth here, but it's a type of disease or virus that lives under the ground that from time to time gets revealed or unearthed, and has drastically disastrous effects on wildlife wherever anthrax is uncovered. And that, again, it's a naturally occurring disease, but it hasn't happened too often. And it affects a wide variety of different animals. I can think of for now. Sleeping sickness is another one. So Amber, I haven't had too much experience with cattle or cows, so I can't say that I've come across many cattle or cows with birth defects. I'm sure there's a good amount of cattle or cattle farmers down in these parts of the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal as well, in Mpumalanga, most of the eastern provinces of Southern Africa. There's good numbers of cattle, as well as Botswana, Zimbabwe, all the slightly higher rainfall areas. I'm sure there are many people around me here that have much experience with that. But I myself do not have too much experience with birth defects in cows. And it certainly is a rarity in the natural world. That's fortunately because of what we call natural selection. So if there's an animal with a birth defect or an animality, it's usually singled out by a predator and removed from the population, so thus leaving behind the healthier individuals in a population. So she's caught her attention with those barking baboons in the background. Looks like she's come to actually take a bit of a kind of standing snooze here alongside us. I feel almost touched. She does appear to be heavily pregnant, this particular cow. Either that or she's had a fantastic Christmas meal. Either which way, if her looks were anything to go by, I would say the latter. Say looks, or the look in her face, I say. So Martha, I'm sure there's some incredible records of buffalo horn length. Yeah, there's of course this really popular breeding of buffaloes in some parts in southern Africa, and I'm sure they've got some fantastic records for amazingly long horns, because they have whatever reasons that they might want to measure bigger horn length and breed certain longer horn lengths for, I think it's usually the trophy hunting industry. And I can't say offhand what some of those record setters are, but I'm sure there's a number of people who might be a bit more informed on such things, but I certainly couldn't say offhand. Couple of, I don't know, and I also don't know, how do you measure? Is it on the outside or is it on the inside, or do you measure it between 2 points? So I'm a little bit uninformed on the matter of measuring buffalo horns. Sorry about that. I much rather like to measure their intrinsic worth. So let's give these buffaloes a break and slowly pan off and see if we can find some other creatures.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
nice that this weather seems to be calming. A bit of warmth coming through the clouds a little bit now. Well, as we continue to watch some interesting bits of action in the plains, let's move on over to the Djuma Dam Cam with Cedric.
At some of these beautiful Egyptian geese, and it's nice just to see the three youngsters once again around here. Looks like they are staying nice and safe from everything, which is very good. I know that it seemed like that Nile Monitor a couple of days ago was busy following them all over the show here at the dam, but it's nice just to kind of see that they are still safe. Always spending a lot of time close to the water, and that's one thing. That is one of their safety nets for these young Egyptian geese. And as soon as there is any real danger, any threat, snakes, slender mongoose, even baboons, something like that, you'll find that first of all the parents will try and chase whatever threat there is around the area, try and chase it off. But if not, you'll find that these little ducklings will actually jump into the water and try and swim a little bit further in and try and get away from any predators or any threats. So it's very important for them to be very close to the water areas. That's why you'll never see them venturing too far out. And of course under the close eye of the parents. It looks like the male Egyptian geese is busy sleeping. Looks like he's taking a bit of a rest on the one leg and resting the other one. Usually actually they do lie down. They actually lie on the grasses or the softer areas on the outskirts if they do take a rest. But it seems like this male has decided to remain in the water and have a rest while standing on the one leg. Same as the three little ducklings as well. They are just under the close eye of mother. Absolutely cute little ones. I know I think Rexon had some Egyptian geese this morning as well there at Pridelands. I'm not too sure how many. I think he had like 5 or 6 of them together. And usually sometimes they can get up to about 8, 9 in a clutch. So, and the chances of survival is also very, it's not the greatest, and especially it depends on, of course, the area. Even like the Sabi Sands, for instance, where we are now. There is a lot of predation around from even birds of prey as well. Birds of prey definitely will keep an eye on these youngsters. If one ventures away a little bit too far from the parents and the parents do not notice that bird of prey, then they could actually be in big trouble. But for now, it looks like they are very safe. Brandy, it's difficult to say how many eggs, but they will lay pretty much about, I think it's usually about twice a year. There will be two clutches per year, if you want to call it, 2 clutches per year. And in that clutch will be around about between 4 to 9 eggs. So it just shows you, I mean, it's that little one just running off. But there's not really any season for them. So you'll find usually any time throughout the year these Egyptian geese will try and lay those eggs, but as well as they'll try and keep it as well closer to times when there is a lot of water around. So usually like now, the beginning of summer, when the rain starts, they will try then, as well as pretty much coming to the end of summer. So you'll look around about April, May, maybe have another clutch then when there's still some water remaining from the summer season. It's very much, as I said, it is a safety net. If they don't have water around, well, they'll be very vulnerable. Yeah, and Egyptian geese as well, they do not really have a kind of real specific nest. Sometimes they'll utilize other birds' nests. I've seen them using hammerkops nests. I've seen them nesting on top of a red-billed buffalo weaver nest, right on top. So sometimes they'll use other birds' nests as a nesting site. Or sometimes they'll even nest on the ground under a thicket. So it just shows you they're not very nest specific. So there's no kind of certain nest that they will just build and enjoy. I think there was a lesser striped swallow that just came past there. Also nice is to see the hardy ibises around the side. Of course, a lot of people do get irritated by them because of their noise, and they're always very loud. And in the cities and during the day, during the night, early mornings, they will be calling. And fortunately, their call is not the greatest. It's not the prettiest. It's quite a shrilling call, but very important for the areas. As I say, they do make sure that they aerate a lot of these grasses in the soil, and at least you'll find that the more fragile grass species, like your drop seed grass, your heron grass, your herringbone grass, always make sure that those kind of seed species will actually grow once they do aerate the soil. So it is very important for these birds to be around, especially even in the gardens, in your lawns and that. Of course, going for the earthworms and different kind of, maybe even the crickets, the common cricket or the common garden cricket, and they do go for them as well, poking those long beaks into the ground. It is a good thing for the grasses. Let's look at all these impalas. A nice little breeding herd that's right next to the dam, of course, Djuma Dam. And all the little lambs. You can see so many little lambs there. Of course, like a little nursery. So a lot of them just remaining together. And it's easy to kind of control for the older females, having all these youngsters close by. And as well for predator side of things as well. So if they are very much close, in close proximity to one another, and if a predator does come through, at least when they do start running and bolting all over the show, sometimes it also can help by fooling the predator on exactly which one to go for. So sometimes they're like, I'll go for this one, not this one, not that one, and then eventually they'll find, because of that indecisive decision by the lion or the leopard or whatever predator that is busy stalking them, just that indecisive moment could be a moment of when these young impalas can get away and get into safety. Sophia, is there any other antelopes that don't give birth standing? Sophia, I've seen impala giving birth lying down. I think most antelopes will actually give birth. Quite a few of them actually will give birth lying down, actually lying on their sides. Because when I saw the birth of the impala many years ago, they're in the Kruger National Park, close to the camp at Skukuza camp. Yeah, she was lying down and she gave birth, and it was actually amazing because it took about maybe 12 seconds from giving birth for that little lamb, impala lamb, to be standing up, but not, of course, not at all steady on its four legs. Really wobbly. It looked like it just had plenty of drinks, but yeah, it was all over the show. But eventually, it took not too long, and eventually it became quite steady, and Mom just licked all the afterbirth off and cleaned it, and it was ready to go. And as I said, 12 minutes. 12 minutes. It shows you it happens very quickly. But other antelopes, I'm sure most antelopes will give birth lying down. I can't think of any of the antelopes standing up. Not like the giraffe. I know the giraffe, when it gives birth, it will be standing up. I think just because of the height. And lying down, it will be a little bit tough for them to fold their legs like all onto one side. I think that's why a giraffe always give birth standing up. But other than that, I'm sure in Nyala, Kudu, I'll definitely take a look into that. I'm trying to think. I've seen videos of births and all that with antelopes, so I can always just double check on that. You can see these little ones already having a little bit of a playtime. Very important for all these youngsters. All having a bit of a head butting match. Oh, yeah, that one is head butting all his friends. Maybe it might be a young male, or maybe just slowly but surely starting to practice his sparring at such a young age. You never know. But they are absolutely so adorable. That one almost dived with its head straight into another one's body. What are you doing? It's very important as well for all these impalas just to really give birth at around at the same time. Big reason for that is, of course, safety in numbers. So you can imagine if a female gives birth to a little lamb now, just the one female, and no other females will give birth. The chances of that little lamb surviving and getting to adulthood is almost, I will say almost zero, especially there in the Sabi Sands with all the predators around. So they will quickly pick up on that youngster. Easy opportunity, easy picking, and then it will be pretty much tickets for that youngster. So yeah, very important for them really to give birth all together. That's why you can see, if you look at all the little lambs, pretty much all the same age, same height. One or two a little bit different, but could be like a late lamb or early lamb. But yeah, our first ones was seen pretty much on 6th of November on Juma. That was the first lamb that was seen this year.
It's the end of another year here at Wilder. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holiday.
I'm still watching this male waterbuck, and there's one male impala. Male impala, male waterbuck. You can see he is such a beautiful size. I'm sure he is heading slowly towards a watering area. There is another male that is around here. And there's actually 4 of them. I saw 4 yesterday. I think it was yesterday we got to see 4 male waterbuck together, pretty much in the bachelor grouping. Absolutely. This guy's horns is just magnificent. Definitely a beautiful specimen of a waterbuck. I'll zoom out a little bit and just take a look towards where I'm moving to. So another one is a little bit further in front. So of course a lot of the animals around here feel very kind of safe. Nice way just to come down for a drink, not to worry about too many things here at the moment. No predators, well, not that we can see, but there's a lot of eyes and a lot of ears around here, so if there is anything around here, they'll know very quickly, and we'll pick up on that very quickly, and I'll warn the rest. You can see all the impalas along the dam wall as well, so definitely enough eyes around. I just want to see where this waterbucks are going. I'm hoping that they go into the water a little bit, and sometimes they'll feed right from the edges. Benny, which bird do I think has got the most frightening alarm call? Benny, alarm call. Like, in other words, if it sees a predator. Oh, Benny, I think a crested francolin. A crested francolin has got a very strange one, but it's always, when I hear it, it's always, to me, it's like quite a given that there is a predator around. A crested francolin. Yeah, I like for sure. Oh no, even a Wahlberg's. So Wahlberg's eagle. They got them. How does it go? they've got a very high pitch and long drawn out call. And we always used to use the Wahlberg's eagle at one of the lodges, and if there was predators around and that, we used to always pick up on that Wahlberg's eagle's call, and it would always kind of alert us about the goings and doings around there. So yes, those are Wahlbergs. But definitely, Crest of Franklin to me is still one of my, I can't do the noise, but it is quite interesting. It's a nice call. Well, if anybody else has got an interesting alarm call from any bird, or you want to share it with us, please do so. Send it through to us. Let us know. I would like to know what you think at home. Just gonna pan back left again. Oh, what was that? Oh no, it's just a swallow that's busy diving into the water, having a bit of a drink. We've got a Nyala. There's a single female Nyala that's just hanging around here. We did get a beautiful little calf yesterday of a Nyala calf. That was just here at the inflow of Djuma Dam. It looks like just this female that's wanted to have a drink. But look how interesting. If you look exactly where the front hoof goes, now look where the back one goes. The back one places its hoof exactly where the front one was. So just to reduce the noise when walking through the thickets and not breaking twigs and leaves or anything like that. And it's the same as your bushbuck, same as the kudu. So all these antelope, they pretty much utilize these drainage lines, and the thickets will actually walk in that manner. Where are you going? You shouldn't be alone. You should be with a family. So maybe the rest of the herd might be somewhere in the thickets, in the thicker area. She's trying to look for all the rest. That's strange. Very strange to see a Nyala really moving around by herself like that. As I said, they're usually always more in the family groups, all the sisters and aunties and that, so strange. Oh, there we go. No wonder. I didn't see what was coming behind. Ha! There we go. We got the beautiful male Nyala, of course. He's going to be testing her. Just most probably Fleming Grimace quickly. I'll see. Doing a Fleming Grimace, rolling back that top lip of it. And then, of course, what it does, it opens that vomeronasal gland that, of course, gives them the status of that female. So you can see licking the lips as well, running the tongue across the top lip. Oh, he's trying. Oh, she's not interested. Oh, she's giving him a cold shoulder. He's trying her best to try and get away, yeah, and he's definitely not letting her go. Yeah, I do apologize. There is a little bit of a thumping of the music in the background. I think because it is Sunday, there's a lot of the culture. The people in the area, the culture, they are always celebrating, of course, the New Year, Christmas, and it's Sunday, and churches are going, so sometimes the noise does travel quite far here in the bush, especially if you're in a silent area, and noise can travel. But I do apologize about the music in the background. Amy, yes, they do. They've got pretty much a frontal gland, some of them. So you'll say, for instance, I'll give you an example, Steenbok. So frontal gland just in front of the eyes itself, it's got a little gland, a little opening there. And what they'll do, they'll actually kind of smear it across like a blade of grass, and to actually scent mark their little territory. They are got these little small territories, not the largest of territories. And then they can actually scent mark like that. But if it comes to like Nyala, they don't, they're pretty much not like territorial, so they don't go and scent marking all over the show. And so yeah, but your Steenbok, definitely the same as your Klipspringer. So Klipspringer, same thing as a part of the dwarf antelope. So it's got that a frontal gland that'll be utilized to smear across blades of grass or a leaf or something like that, just to leave their scent behind. As well, that Steenbok does as well, like the defecation. So when it does defecate, it'll actually almost like kick open a little patch, and it'll actually do its business, and also scent marking in that manner. Oh, look at this boy. Absolutely stunning. I think it's the same one that we saw just now. Now you can see many times with these waterbuck, very, very thick coats, very fluffy. Almost like as fluffy as those buffaloes down there at Kariega. I mean, those buffaloes are quite fluffy compared to the buffaloes up in the Sabi Sands or in the Kruger Park. But yeah, these waterbuck, of course, it's just to trap, because they hang around the water areas. Hence the name waterbuck. But it's just to trap that hot, warm air underneath their coat, underneath the fur. And of course, it just keeps them nice and warm if it's very cold. So it is a nice way just to keep cool, or keep warm. And the same as they've got a oil gland that's just underneath the coat as well. So if they do go into the water, of course, that gland secretes a certain oil. That oil will protect its coat, and of course the water won't just sit on the coat and become all manky and mangy. It'll actually just run off the coat itself. So it's one way for them to kind of protect the coat and keep warm. So yeah, very interesting little kind of, I can say, body warmers that these antelopes do have. Oh, there's another, that's that other one. I think that one might be a little, I find them might be a bit the same size. What do you think? Same size? I think the same size, yeah. I think maybe the one in front might be a little bit bigger. Yeah, the one in front a little bit bigger. A little bit. Brighter circle and a thicker circle as well. If you can look at that one's ring on the bum, it's definitely thicker than the other one that's just going at the back now. Thick line and thin line. Could do that. Alright, looks like they're also heading behind the Djuma Dam wall. Slowly but surely, looks like they've had enough at the dam. Alright, well, we are going to just continue just searching around here at Jumadam. Let's head over to the Eastern Cape with Liam to see what's happening at Kariega.
And hello everybody, welcome back to Kariega. Our snoozing buffalo are still snoozing, but we've been joined now by a little family of warthogs. I say little, I mean very little. These cutie little piglets are behind the bush for now, but they've been slowly jostling their way through the plains here whilst Mum continues to graze. You can see Mummy Piglet, or the mother pig, in the back, and the piglets to follow. A mere mouse by comparison to these big buffaloes. Hi, how you doing? Looks like there's a slight bit of a movement. So Jasmine asks, do the piglets have the ability to walk straight after birth? And I would say no, not straight after birth, Jasmine. I'd say give it a few days, maybe a week. They'll be born into a little burrow where they are safe to explore the what it means to learn to get on their feet. So they might be a good few days before they can really get mobile on their feet. And that's, like I said, because they've got that safety of that burrow system. Unlike a number of antelope that live in the plains, like a blesbok or an impala, zebra, wildebeest, they all get onto their feet within minutes of birth. So quite different from most antelope, the warthogs. They take a little bit longer to get up onto their feet and get confident on their feet. It's a pity they've moved behind these buffalo now, but I'm sure there's a gap coming up ahead where we might be able to have a bit more of a viewing of those little piglets. Let's just bring it forward to the buffalo for now. Yeah, so they've been having a nice snooze here. Some of them just to the left here have started getting up, hence why these ones have picked their heads up. And I was talking about it the other day now. You know, the manner of how the pathfinders tend to help, you know, move around the front and the edges of the herd, so that's male buffaloes, and how they are also these kind of call it a steering committee or pathfinding steering committee. It's a lot of the females in the herd, and how they go to rest. When they go to rest, it is said that they go to rest facing the direction that they will move off in, and I seem to have proven that wrong the other day. In the plains, they came to rest near the vehicle at the same time of day, and they moved off in a very different direction. But these ones do seem to be mostly facing. They were all resting in the same direction they're facing at the moment, and they all seem to give a sense that they're going to move off to the left here somewhere. We shall see. Let's just move back to these piglets who are about to pass through this little gap. you can only imagine what a buffalo must be to a mere little warthog piglet. It's a monster of a creature by comparison. Linda asks, what is my favorite species when it's a baby? Sure. I'll have to give it some thought and get back to you on that. There's lots. I mean, lots of creatures are really lovely when they're babies. Yeah. Lots of creatures also, I believe, do grow into their faces, as I've heard once being said. Piglets are definitely high up there. They are really cute little creatures. The way they dart around, almost as if they were blind and completely disorientated half the time. Yeah, they run off into the grass in this kind of chaotic panic, and tails in the air, and try and find their way back to mum. Yeah, I'm not too sure if I can't think of any particular baby creature that comes to mind. Birds are certainly not very attractive babies, as a lot of them are naked and quite unattractive. The kind of creature that would grow into their face. Baby buffaloes are cool. Baby piglets, I don't know. Maybe a baby bush baby, like it's got 2 babies in it, like baby bush baby. That's like, I mean, it's about as baby as it gets. They're got to be really adorable. I don't imagine them to be, sure, much bigger than an inch or 2. I mean, they are small creatures as it is. The at least the lesser Galago. Galago is probably about the size of your hand if you had to open it out. So a baby Galago would be minute. Tiny little arms, tiny little tail, tiny little face. Sounds like something that would really melt a heart. So it's amazing to just see how close those piglets can be to a entire herd of buffalo, and kind of not have really much of a worry. It just goes to show again that etiquette, you know. Creatures have a good understanding for one another, and once that understanding is respected, I tell you what, Amanda, I couldn't agree more. Total photo bomb here. I was just trying to really focus on the warthog, because we've given them buffaloes quite a lot of attention. They're getting a bit of my scent here. See the warthog and the buffalo picking up their noses. The wind is swirling a little here. But yeah, epic photo bomb. Really epic photo bomb here. So when the sun really comes out, these are 2 prime suspects for a mud wallow. Buffaloes and warthogs. I think there's no 2 creatures in the bush that love a mudwallow more than a warthog or a buffalo. But alas, it's a nice, relatively cool day today, so I don't imagine the mudwallows to be frequented as much as other days.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Big bellowing herd of giraffe coming down the hill. So magical, folks. I'm just trying to straighten out here a little. Don't want to make you get a little bit of vertigo. Sure. So lovely. Look at all them giraffes. BUT4. Okay, I think we all set here. Sure. Little bit of magic for this afternoon. It was like thunder coming down the hillside. I was wondering if it might have been the anti-poaching unit on horseback coming down the hill until the herd rocked up. There's a massive herd of stampeding camel horses as opposed to horses. Came bellowing down the hill. So that was a lot bigger horses than I anticipated. So Kimberly asked, what do I think they were running from? Well, I'm not quite sure. Maybe, sure. I mean, it's a bit of a cat in the box situation. So I could say anything really. I'd say it was pangolin riding on an aardvark's back, and they just got the fright of their lives. They didn't believe what they were seeing, and then they came running around down the hill and thought, heck, never seen that in my life before, let's get out of here. So yeah, it's anybody's guess. I really don't know what it could have been. It is a narrow little section, so when giraffe are moving up a road like that, it could be the slightest little thing that would spook the giraffes, because they're in a cornered position, or a tight position. So the slightest little movement or creature in the bush, Emily, could really spook the animals. So I would say it wouldn't take too much to give them a fright. They would have been quite on edge if they were in that tight spot. So could have been something really subtle, a little bit more subtle than a aardvark on a pangolin on an aardvark's back. And so they decided, no, that is way too much of a spooky alley. Let's go somewhere else to try and find some lovely browse. Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of different animals have different ways in which they react to different spatial limitations, and you'll find, so for example, a lot of creatures that are found along the edge of a river or a lake or a pan, if they find themselves between the water and yourself, if you're moving past, let's say you're on a trail or road or whatever it may be, the animal often, if the space is tight between the water and yourself, they will tend to run to the non-water side of whatever is passing by them, because they feel entrapped a little. They feel they don't have many options where to go. So you'll often see, if you drive along the shoreline of a river or or embankment of a river or a shoreline of a lake, animals get a little bit edgy. And it's always interesting to see how different species, different creatures have those different spatial comfort zones. I would imagine a creature like an Inyala or a bushbuck or even a black rhino would feel far more comfortable in a more enclosed space. It's just because they prefer to hide away, whereas many creatures might rather be in an open area where they can rather see what threats are in the area. Just have a good look at that. How many giraffe are in this scene? Amazing. And you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 12, 13, 14. Sure, plenty plus. Plenty plus. It's so nice to see that follow me sign now. You look at the back of a giraffe's ear. Very contrasty, those ears at the back of the giraffe. You see how the dark hair on the back of their neck contrasts very well with the ears, the back of the ears. Now that's excuse me, that's a very useful feature for a giraffe to spot on another giraffe at a distance, and that's what they use to spot one another. I don't know if you can all hear the sound. And if you do, I'd love to quiz you all on what you might think that sound is. If anybody heard it, it was a slight whining noise. So there's a small group of this animal just moved up behind a thicket behind me here, and whining away at its mother. So I'm just going to turn my attention here quickly. He's a blessed-spoken warthog's having a little disagreement. It's quite entertaining. Really cool. So I don't know if these warthogs are chasing each other for fun or if it's what is the story, but they keep on darting in and out of these blessbok, and it's the blessbok mothers are getting a little bit edgy. It looks like a bit of play. quite honestly. That is so cool. Look at these guys having a great Christmas day. It looks to me to be an older generation, so possibly, yo, look at them go. Looks like an older generation of youngsters, so previous years' offspring. And whenever they get past nearby those Blesbok get a little bit panicky because there's obviously little babies around there, and they don't like the warthogs running around their babies because warthogs have got quite nasty tusks, and the Blesbok keep on running at the warthogs because they're getting a little bit anxious, so the warthogs are getting even more of a kick. So it's quite a bundle of fun going on here. What a jewel, guys. Sure. Having the greatest time down here on the plains in Kariega. Yay. Well, let's whilst we enjoy this bit of jostling between some warthogs and Blesbok, let's link over to Andrew with some waterbuck.
Sounds like you all had a good time in Kariega with Liam and his sightings out there. Oh, it sounds like you all had a good time out there in Kariega Game Reserve with Liam and his special sightings on that side, so I'm glad about that. We had a spout of rain that came through and we were washed out for a little bit, but that has moved off for now and the sun is shining, the weather is sweet, and we're watching some waterbuck. Just love their noses. Typical heart-shaped nose. Don't know if you've ever noticed that before. And just busy ruminating while they're just sitting down, conserving energy and enjoying the little bit of sun that's come out now. At this point the reserve is a little bit quiet. We even found some warthogs fast asleep in the middle of the bush, not in their holes but in the middle of the bush. Kimberly, afternoon to you. So waterbucks are usually close to water. They do enjoy the vegetation around waterholes, and they enjoy the comfort of the water because ultimately that's where sometimes they go to cool down, and then also their escape option. So usually if there's a predator and they can't find a way to get away, they'll head straight to a river, jump in and swim to the other side. But by saying that, and to answer your question, they can live quite far from water. They're not, it's not going to sort of be a moment of are they going to survive or not if they're going to be around water or not. So they can venture away from water, and if there is no water availability in the form of big dams and things where they would prefer to be, it's fine, not a problem. They just carry on living like they are here on Amakhala. Water is very limited at the moment out here. But previously, when the river was flowing, the Bushmans, they would have spent a lot of time very close to the river line. Sometimes they'll go into the water when swimming to get to the other side. They are. One of the best sightings I had of waterbuck in the water was, it was like a pond, quite a deep pond, and a big waterbuck bull was just sitting in there, and I did my game drive and I had to come back in the same area. And after the game drive, came back on the same road, drove past that same little pond, and that big waterbuck bull was still in the water. So it sat in there for a good few hours. Not this particular one we're looking at, but just another example. But it's just quite incredible that the instinct tells them head straight to the river, head straight to the dam when predators are giving them problems. And they swim to the other side. Now, believe it or not, they're not bad swimmers at all. They're actually quite good swimmers. You can't really see it, but their coats are covered in oils. And so when they do enter water, it does help to make them float and keep them floating. Look at these sweet little females just ruminating the food there, chewing the cud from side to side. You might even see them swallow it. Yeah, it looked like it got half swallowed. Yeah, swallowed. Now watch the neck. And doop, up it comes up again. It seems pretty disgusting, but for them, it's normal, and it's a good way that they can just continue gaining energy without actually feeding on grasses. They've already fed on the grasses, now they're going to chew it finer, so it can enter the different chambers within the stomach. Very complex digestive system. There we go. Beautiful. Greg, 100%. It is nice. I'm looking at the monitor now. Every now and then I do look at them. But yeah, it is nice. They're looking and staring straight at us, totally focused on us, especially these two. But believe it or not, the one in the middle is also focused on us, but is not looking at us as such. It is focusing its ear on us. And they do have brilliant senses, so their hearing, their smell, and their sight is actually very good. And believe it or not, but they have good eyesight at night as well. It's a beautiful bull. He is fully grown. He's not going to get any bigger than what he is now. Very dominant at this stage. And this is his small little harem that he's got over here. There's at least 2 adult females, and there's 2 young. He could very well be the father, but he also might not be the father. Listening to a Bok Mikiri having a good old sing not too far from us. We've tried to get them on camera, but they're tricky. Bok Mikiris are very tricky to get on the cameras. You're going to notice just beyond the waterbuck, you're going to notice those termite mounds. So that's more on a west-facing slope, but we have noticed that the majority of the mounds created by termites are actually on the north-facing slopes. So it's a good way of navigating north if you're ever in a situation of survival. And you just have a look at the termite mounds. Yeah, there will be some on the southern facing slopes and the western facing slopes, but there will be the most of them on the north facing slopes, as they do need the sun to warm up in the morning, warm up the mound. I love watching cheetahs when they stand on top of those termite mounds and they stare out into the distance, see if they can't see anything. Leopards will do the same, and sometimes even lions will do it. It's a nice little warm spot on a termite mound. And there's quite a few of them around these waterbuck. I'm just wondering if the waterbuck haven't deliberately lied down here because of the amount of termite mounds that are there. Because the termites, they maintain 22 to 28 degrees Celsius in that mound. So animals sometimes do sit on top of them for that warmth factor. And I think waterbuck might have just sat around them just to try and gain that extra tiny little bit of heat, which all adds up at the end of the day. This one's falling asleep. You can just hear a southern black tit that's calling. You can't hear it, but I'd like to point them out so you can understand what bird life we do get out here. Wow, look at those ridges, eh? Sure.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Nice to see him. This is an unbelievable afternoon.
Okay, watch that female on the right there. Choop, there goes the food back up. Look at that sideward motion of the jaws. Those molars are working double time at the moment. And it's funny when you look at their faces square on, like this female on the right with the white eyebrows, almost like they got a bit of a frown going. Interesting animals. Also, their signs are quite obvious with waterbuck. Unless you've studied the signs of the animals, it can become very, very tricky. But waterbuck footprints are very large, and then also it's a split hoof, and each split of the hoof, because they have two splits, so each split represents one teardrop, and the other split represents another teardrop, like a drop of water, if you will. And then also their scat, or their dung rather, because they do drink lots and lots of water. If you compare them to other antelopes, waterbuck drink quite a bit of water, and because of that, that gets mixed up with in their digestive tract, and then when they do defecate, the dung is held together. It's not in singular pellets. Sometimes it is, depends on how dry the dung is. But when the dung is very wet, it's all held together and it falls on the ground. Almost looks like an ostrich dung or a bunch of grapes. And that's how we know that we're dealing with waterbuck, by the sign. I remember Steve Falconbridge mentioning he had a waterbuck run 2 meters from him out the bush, and he had a big fright. I remember once when I was doing a walk in the bush, I also surprised a waterbuck, and suddenly it was right in front of me. This is a ginormous animal. You really can't comprehend when you look at them like this. But if I had to go stand next to that bull and he had to stand up, I would look like a peanut compared to him. They are huge animals, and they become a lot bigger when you're on foot. I have seen waterbuck chase lions once, a sub-adult lion, another game reserve. It was about a year and a half old, the young lion, and was getting quite close to the waterbuck, trying to hunt them, but not really coming right. And 2 of the bulls turned and ran straight after this lion sub-adult, and that lion moved, got out of there, and never looked back. It's quite seldom that predators do eat waterbuck, but they do. It's just not a very nice tasting antelope. The meat tastes very nice. The problem is the oils. And the predators bring this animal down and they open up the animal. They get the oils on their paws, and that mixes with the meat. And generally because of that, they don't favor waterbuck too much. But anyway, enough about that. I'm going to send you over to Liam in Kariega. I believe he's got something special to show you all.
So, we've had the wonderful privilege of having the world's most attractive rear ends make their appearance. Beautiful, beautiful round tushes giving us a nice show there. Just moments ago they did swing by, fairly close, and they've now finished their bit of wallowing in the thicket behind. If there's any viewers who were with us earlier, I asked the question if anybody had heard that most peculiar sound of some whining creature behind this thicket. It was here, these lovely big grey creatures. It was in fact the little one in the middle attempting to solicit probably milk from its mum. And with that it gives a very, very obscure noise for a rhino. It was giving a little bit of a whine. It's a very high pitched whine, which you wouldn't expect to come from such a creature, but nonetheless, yes, it was giving a bit of a begging solicit to its mum. It's a very typical sign to hear a baby rhino giving to its mother to attempt to solicit milk from its mum, or even compassion in some way or form, but usually milk is what it's looking for. So they were having a very nice wallow in the mud in the little depression here where the giraffe went running on through a short while ago, and they were having a bit of a nice mud wallow. It has warmed up a little bit. The sun has kind of, as much as it hasn't come through the clouds, it's certainly the heat is coming through, and so that was enough to compel these rhinos to go for a bit of a wallow. You can see that fresh coat of gooey mud blanketing them. And now onward to more Christmas feasting. These are definitely the best looking rear ends in town. You gotta agree with me, folks. Isn't that gorgeous? Gotta love them curves. Our family of Cape Crows who just flew by there one moment ago. Always up to something somewhere in the plains. Very nice. The call of the olive bush right behind us here. A very elusive bird that, but if one ever gets the chance to see it, it is quite lovely. Taunting me here, taunting me. I wonder if anybody else has chosen to treat themselves to a spa day today. So Sammy asked the question, are female rhinos bigger than the males? And in the rhino's case, it is not so, Sammy. The rhino males tend to be a couple 100 kilograms heavier than a female rhino. So male rhinos, as I'm just going to shake off some dust here. I think male rhinos get up into the region of about 2.5 to 3 tons. Stand to be corrected. Definitely bigger than a black rhino. Yeah, about 3.5 tons for a white rhino, and about 2.5 white rhino male, about 2.5 to 3 for a female. So it's a good few hundred kilograms less than a male, which tends to get quite a bit bigger. It's very much unlike the bird world in many instances, with certain raptors who are usually where the females are usually a lot bigger. So I'm just gonna pan again. These warthogs have got the most amazing boundless energy down by the breast box still, and it really is too entertaining to not share. They seem to be hanging around because of that lovely flush of green grass over here. They're rather fancy, and that's because there's a slight depression over there where the terrain kind of collects a bit of water before moving down the slope to the left. So with that, the grass grows very well, and persistently so. It's also a very nice little spot for a bit of a wallow, just in this bit of ground here on the right hand side of the screen. So good grazing, good wallowing. It's a warthog's heaven. And wow, look at those giraffe and the plain in the background. Oh, is that not just stunning, folks? Beautiful double frame of some warthogs and giraffe. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely scene. Yes, that's for sure. Kariega really in the spirit of Christmas, gifting you with all sorts of wonders from the natural world. Jingos, yes, it is really lovely to be out here with you all, folks. And these warthogs are still got their beans, hey? It seems to almost have caught a bit of tension from this rather chatty human. Oh, how's it? How you doing? I've turned to having a conversation with this warthog over here. He's heard my words loud and clear and wants to come and join in the conversation. Yes, you, good sir. Please, do come and join us here. You seem to be full of beans today, chasing them blessed box around. of course, you know, when I pay attention, then all the fun and games stop. It's like trying to watch one of those cells in a laboratory. Those science experiments where they say when you observe the particle, it stops to exist. It's like watching a warthog play and it stops to play. Come on, guys. As you were. There's nobody watching you, I promise. And nice to hear a bit of bird call coming through. That heat from the sun is really, it's not very apparent, but it's you can't see the light, but you can really feel it. It is certainly burning through the clouds, so probably lifting the spirits out there in the thickets there. And so they've settled to a bit more grazing. So it's so funny. You see warthogs often on these flat, well-grassed areas, particularly in floodplain areas or areas of grass that receive good amounts of water. And so with their constant grazing of these areas, it gives the sense that they would be fantastic lawn mowers. It's also another kind of place that one would find the likes of a hippo or a rhino grazing along these densely populated grassy sections with nice green graze. And it's always, I always laugh when people make the comment to say, they would make fantastic lawnmowers, except up until the point when they decide that they want to get stuck into some roots and they're tired of eating the grass, and they churn up that beautiful green lawn and turn it into a nice earth pit. And that's not as nice as having I suppose a nice green lawn to many, but that's what they will do if they run out of, or they don't enjoy the grass as much as anymore, and they will turn to grazing on the roots. Unfortunately here it seems as though they have certain preferred root grazing spots. And so they seem to stick to those spots fairly well. There's one or two spots in the area where we normally come to you live from, with popular root digging spots for warthogs. So obviously you're not the only one that digs up roots. Bush pigs are another creature that loves to dig up roots of grasses, roots and shoots. Oh, so I thought I heard some monkeys shouting here. Now what might they be shouting at? So I can see one of them. Something to always pay heedance towards. Now, what are they shouting at? So this little one doesn't seem to be too phased but the others call, but there's a couple others just a bit further around the corner that are very on edge. It's funny, so now just because of those monkey calls, those warthogs that we were on screen a moment ago and those blesbok have now all moving off. They've tuned into these monkey alarm calls. They know that there's a threat of some sort in the area and decided, let's rather not stick around here and move away. So the warthogs are gone, the blesbok are on the way out. Amazing how animals, they tune into each other. They really pick up and listen to these cues. I really do wonder what might be causing the stir. So there's not a huge amount of big predators here in this section of Kariega, so jackals are, if anything, the most abundant predator. Another frequent predator to the area is the crowned eagle, and just gazing the airspace above, I can't see anything imminently. Of course, they could very well be seeing something I'm not. So jackals, crowned eagle, there's a yellow kite flying around over them, but that definitely wouldn't cause a monkey to stir. A very large python in some instances might be able to cause a stir. Always curious to know what a monkey's seeing. There's of course there's also different calls. If one has become very in tuned with a monkey and its calls in a particular locality, you can begin to decipher the difference between a aerial threat, perhaps a leopard, perhaps a python, and the difference. So it could be either aerial or on the ground, or varying degrees of intensity. So you can hear them calling and there's little gaps in between. But if the calling was intense and there was no gaps in between their calls, and these ones were all up on top of bushes and they were also getting in on the action, then you would get a sense that it was a bit more of an imminent threat or a significantly larger threat. So I'd say something like, if something like a leopard were to appear, I don't think many of these monkeys would be on the ground and so relaxed. So I'm getting the sense it's not a very serious threat, just by hey. A bit of politics going on here. What you got there, madam? So these prickly pear fruits would be quite an attraction for these vervet monkeys, and they would definitely help in spreading this non-native plant. You can see her munching on it nicely there. I do believe these prickly pears originate from the Americas. As I remember stand to be corrected, but perhaps Mexico. Oh, that is looking too nice, hey? Loving it. Loving that little bit of prickly pear. Delicious. Christmas feast. Oh yeah, no, that's looking delish. I almost feel like I want to get in some of that prickly pear, making me lick my chops here. Wasting no time, that's for sure. I'm really quite pleasantly surprised by this little group of monkeys coming down from the thickets here below or behind us. It's yeah, it's nice to have had them come and join us. haven't had too many opportunities to spend a bit of time with some monkeys whilst live with you all, so enjoying this little moment of discovery. A nice feasting end to the show today, with these lovely monkeys munching on some nice prickly pears. Pluck it away. Well, as these monkeys continue to feed on their little buffet, their little Christmas buffet, I'd like to wish you all a very, very Merry Christmas to you all folks, and I hope that you have thoroughly enjoyed this little escape to nature on this fine Christmas day. It's been a pleasure to come to you live from all the destinations. Have a wonderful rest of your day.